Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Boulder City Council meeting, October 22nd, 2019. Lynette, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Carlisle.
Here.
Jones.
Here?
Morzell.
Present.
Nagel.
Here.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates. Young.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. This is a special council meeting, and so we don't have open comment, but we are going to start with a presentation about something that's really cool that the city is doing, and, well, around arts. And I was blown away by the one mural. I went to the I guess you don't really ribbon cut it on a mural, but you dedicate the mural. Anyhow, I was really impressed, and I thought everybody should know about the great work that's happening. So with that.
Thank you very much, Council, for your interest in this. I'm Matt Chazansky, manager of the Office of Arts and Culture.
Would you please repeat what you
And I'd like to introduce Leah Brenner-Clack. She's the founding director of And Art Space, the art and public places commissioning nonprofit that is coordinating the Streetwise Citywide Mural Festival.
Hello. Thanks for having me. My name is Leah Brenner-Clack, and I'm the founder of Streetwise. Thanks for inviting me here tonight to talk to you guys about this project. Streetwise is a mural festival that brings together art and activism. Activism is a way, or artivism, as some people call it. So artivism is a way to heal and restore our sense of personal power, as well as create positive change through art. Street art sometimes carries a negative association, but it has a rich history in activism and social commentary. Murals are very accessible and interactive forms of art. They respond to community, place, and time. This is the foundation for Streetwise, bringing people together in order to build a stronger community around art. So this is the first year for Streetwise, and over the last several weeks, we completed 11 new murals at 10 locations with 15 different artists. Themes explored through these public art works include community, diversity, water conservation, missing and murdered Indigenous women, endangered species, climate change, gender issues, family history, relationships, and women's rights. The murals were made possible because of partnerships with local businesses and organizations, including the Dairy Art Center, the Office of Arts and Culture, the Boulder Chamber and CVB, 29th Street Mall, Dojo 4, Sports Garage, Circle D Companies, Conscious Bay Company, Boulder Creative Collective, and JEET 1083. So each mural was a collaboration between the artist, Streetwise, and the mural sponsor, and reflects a unique piece of art born of that collaboration. There's also 2 murals that were multi-artist collaborations. So Streetwise is more than just a contemporary art mural festival. It also includes a gallery exhibition of street-inspired artworks, and it's currently up at the Boulder Library Canyon Gallery. The exhibit is up through December 1st. I hope you all can go see it. I want to thank the Boulder Library staff for their confidence and selection of this exhibition, because it was really the spark for the whole project, creating art and activism. And with their support of that exhibition, I decided to go on and beyond that and do these murals. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit more about myself. I've lived in Boulder for 23 years, and I've been working in the arts for the last 10. And I started as a curator and a gallery director, and now I focus mostly on public art, community projects, and being an advocate for contemporary visual arts. I want to provide a platform for those artists who don't feel seen and don't have a place to show their work in Boulder. Most of the artists in these projects, they're young, emerging contemporary artists who don't fit in the traditional galleries that we have here in Boulder. So putting art in public places like this, it allows a much wider reach within the community. You get people that don't go to galleries and museums often. The arts are everyone. It has the ability really to impact the visual identity and the placemaking of Boulder as well. And I have to say, this has not been easy to pull off. I've been met with tons of resistance over the past few years trying to work and advocate for mural projects in Boulder. It's been really tough. And it's only because of support, continued support from the Office of Arts and Culture and the Boulder County Arts Alliance that I've been able to complete many of the community projects that I've done thus far. The Streetwise budget came from private sponsors and partners. So all of the mural partners and the walls provided funds for these murals, as well as supporting funds from the Office of Arts and Culture and a small grant from the BCAA. I applied for 2 grants. I only got about 12% of the funding that I applied for. This is evidence that despite how good your project is and your vision and your planning, there's just not enough grant money and financial support for artists who are trying to create projects like this. And that projects that really enhance Boulder's culture. So this project was successful because of the support from private businesses and the flexibility of the artists to create this work with a small budget, as well as hundreds of volunteer hours from myself and from a small group of volunteers. So my intention is to make Streetwise an annual event. I hope that I can do this every year, but I will say that I do need more financial support and around this project to make it sustainable. It's super hard to be a working artist in Boulder. There's very few opportunities for paid commission work as a visual artist. There's a lack of accessible exhibition space, a lack of patronage, affordable studio space, or mural walls. Combine this with the lack of affordable housing, and that's why we're losing a lot of young creative talent in this city. They just don't feel supported. They just don't feel like people care about this kind of artwork. So there needs to be, in my opinion, more support for the Office of Arts and Culture because they're the ones that do support young artists in projects beyond general operating support through granting. So I hope that, all of you on City Council will remember that murals are great and they're awesome. And I'm so glad that you guys are excited about these because so am I. And it's been something I've been working for years. And I hope you also understand that they are just a gateway to what lies beneath the surface and has potential for really creating a more vibrant community with supporting artists more broadly in general. So thanks for listening. This is something I'm really passionate about. And to bring it back to Streetwise, I just want to say we have tons of information on the website, which is streetwiseboulder.com, about the murals, about the artists, about the sponsors, and about the events. We have more events coming up. It's not just a one-week mural festival. We have the exhibition, we have workshops, we have community panel events, and pop-up installations going on throughout the next month and a half. So thank you for listening. And does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, this is really exciting, and so thank you for persevering all of the obstacles you've had to jump over. I agree with you, art should be everywhere we look, and so this is incredible, and I'm really excited to see it. I'm wondering, you said that you hope to bring this back next year and in following years, and I'm wondering if one way that you could get more awareness of the project and support for the project might be with a map of where these murals are.
Do you have a map?
Yeah.
It's on the website, mural map. It's a Google map. You can click on those little icons and it'll tell you the address. We did a bus tour. We did a block party celebration after the murals were complete, and we took a bus around town and did a couple of tours that way. And over the summer, I've led bike tours as well for other murals, so continuing that awareness in those kinds of tours is something that I'd like to do as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to believe, given all the blank walls we have in the city, that you can't find more places for murals, or maybe it's that you can't find more accepting people who will have murals on their building.
Yes, that's the second part.
Yeah. So one of the things that I got really excited about maybe 10 years ago when I went to Philadelphia, probably a little longer than that, is they have a mural mile. So they have a real concentration of these murals in a place so people can just walk from one place to another. But I look forward to looking in on your website, seeing how I can support it individually.
Thank you.
And this is just great. And I also hope we see a lot more murals, street art as well.
Thank you.
Cindy and then Aaron. Mary?
Well, I was wondering if in terms of funding, there might be a splinter off of the Arts Commission funding that deals with streetwise type art. that it might be something for the next council to bring up at their retreat, so that, and use this kind of, this particular piece as a jumping-off place to get you more support, both monetarily and just generally speaking, because this is not that unusual in other countries, I know, and it really livens up a city. It's really wonderful that you're doing it. Thank you for all of that. I was going to ask about the longevity of it. Like, how long does
Well, part of the partnership agreements were that the murals would stay up for at least a year, but all of the partners are so thrilled with the artwork that I'm confident that most will be up for much longer than that.
And did you have any, are there any on city buildings? I saw one on 13th Street. Is that down, is that right over here?
There's one at the Dairy Arts Center, which is city-owned,
Right.
and I believe that's the only one. Everything else is private.
Maybe we need to scope out some of the city buildings.
Yeah.
There you go.
Also, there's, in the exhibition, there's 6 panels that are 8 by 8, so large-scale murals that if they don't sell, would be looking for another place to exhibit, so possibly city buildings, interior or exterior might be an option.
That'd be nice, maybe right back here. Liven it up a bit. Thank you so
Aaron?
much.
Well, I just want to give a big thank you. I've always felt that Boulder was under-muraled, particularly for a place with such a rich cultural life, and I really appreciate your Herculean effort in making this happen, along with all the other artists and property owners and such like that. And just to say, I mean, clearly more funding is needed. Hopefully we can work on that next year. But if there are other ways that the city can be helpful next year and to help make this an annual event, please do let us know.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Mary?
So again, also, thank you very much. There's a couple of things that you said that I find especially, things especially to be grateful for. And one of them is that you bring attention to artists that don't usually get attention. And I think that's real important. And also to folks, bringing art to folks that don't go to museums. So I think both of those things are very important, and thank you very much. And I just wanted to bring something up for my colleagues here to think about this kind of art in terms of community benefits, because this is something that could be a kind of an ongoing kind of contribution to the community from some sort of a development. And then the other thing is to, and I guess a question for you is, as you were going through this process, did you find any regulations, city ordinances that got in the way?
No. So the only regulations that I am aware of is the city sign code, and so that really only comes into play if you're using text or you're depicting something that relates to the business, and in which case, in that scenario, you just have to send your proposal into city sign code office for them to review. So it's actually pretty nice in that way that there isn't a lot of hoops to jump through. As far as that's concerned, it does get a little trickier when it is city building or city funding. Not tricky, but just more things to do, like the Boulder Arts Commission or the Standing Selection Committee reviews it and, gives their approval. But it's been great to work with Matt and his office, and they've always been very, very supportive of all the projects I've brought forth to work with them on. So it's been great.
So thank you again.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Well, can I jump in, or you? Go ahead. Well, and I guess I was also particularly moved by the mural on the side of the Dairy Arts Council, and I'm going to forget the artist's name, but it was highlighting violence against Indigenous women, and it prompted a great conversation about the need to
Melanie Yazzie, I think.
to pass the Violence Against Women Act, and whether our delegation's on board. And I just find that they're very provocative in terms of raising interesting questions, in addition to highlighting disenfranchised artists or, I don't know, bringing art into the community. So they serve a lot of purposes.
Yes.
And anyhow, I'm so glad that I think the word you said was persevered. I would agree.
Yeah. And I thank you. And I think that was what was really key to this project and making it successful, is having that content, that meaning, that activism behind these murals that the community really got behind. And really using art as a way to establish conversations and connections around these things that are difficult and that don't have light being shed onto them. So, they ranged, but yes, super impactful and a really good way to raise awareness.
Couldn't agree more. Lisa?
No, I agree. I was just going to follow up after Mary in terms of our regulations and things, and I guess you said you didn't come into any barriers, but I guess I wonder why it's taken so long. And I know people who have tried to do street art, there's a lot of steps you have to go through, and I think people get frustrated
Yep. Yeah.
if they have to go through too many steps, because that's an expensive time as well as.
That's true.
non-
So,
when-
yeah, it's already difficult. I think the most difficult thing is finding the walls or the people that own the walls who are willing to give you that trust and support in doing it. I think there's more momentum now. People are seeing it, so they understand it more. But there's a lot of preconceptions about what graffiti or street art or murals are, and that they don't like them. So there's not going to be a conversation of even like it being an option. So that's been the biggest hurdle for me, is finding those partners who have the walls and who believe in the vision and the support of the project. So that's
No, that's great. Thank
Well, I think critical mass breeds more critical mass. And I'll just highlight, I think Lafayette, one of our neighbors, does really well by public art, and they have a public art walk map, and they really, on First Fridays, really highlight it, and I don't know, I think that we could do better by that.
one suggestion I can bring up to think about, because it's our path system is so awesome and well-traveled, and there's tons of underpasses and tunnels, all which could use art. And the problem with that is the funding. Who pays for it? Who, Parks and Rec, transportation. There's so many different entities involved that sometimes it can get lost in the shuffle, and nobody really wants to take the lead on doing that. I've been able to do a few projects with Matt and Mandy at the Office of Arts and Culture in collaboration with Parks and Rec on a couple of path tunnels on the Boulder Creek Path, which have been great, but there are so many more opportunities. And as far as doing tours or like an art walk, I mean, that's a perfect way to do it in Boulder, in my opinion. So organizing something around that and getting the right departments involved and on board and finding funding to support it would be a great way to approach it.
Excellent. Great food for thought. We got quite the list going for the next council. So,
Well, thank you. Thanks for
Thank you.
taking the time.
okay, so what,
Ready? Your first public hearing is a purchase agreement for a conservation easement interest at Long's Gardens. Is this on? Oh, there we go. Good evening, council. Tonight's exciting first public hearing item is the purchase agreement for the acquisition of conservation easement over the Long's Gardens property. You guys have been hearing a lot about this property in the last 6-9 months or so. This property and this project has actually been on and off at least for, I believe, about 15 years, if not more. And so it's pretty exciting to be bringing this in front of you. We won't talk tonight to previous issues related to putting this on the ballot or anything like that. This is solely related to how the purchase agreement has been negotiated and is in front of you for approval for a city manager to sign. So I will let you know that in the audience we do have Catherine Long Gates and her husband Dennis Gates, as well as from Long's Garden and the owners of the property or part of the property ownership group, as well as Vanessa Keeley, who is the executive director for Growing Gardens. We also have Justin Spring in the audience from the Conservation Fund, who has been working with this family through these negotiations as well with the city. And they are all here should you have any questions or things to ask of them. And so tonight we'll just, Luke McKay will be giving you a short presentation, and then we'll open it up for questions and comments.
Great, thank you, Bethany. So tonight's presentation is a repeat of a presentation that we gave to OSBT a couple weeks ago with a couple additions based on their feedback. So to start, we'll provide a brief overview of the property and its current uses, followed by a discussion of what conservation easements are and how they work, before diving into some of the details and key terms of the conservation easement that's attached to the memo. And then Dan, Bethany, and I are available at the end for questions. So Long's Garden is approximately 25 acres, consisting of 3 parcels with 2 ownership groups located at Broadway and Hawthorne. It's directly north of the North Boulder Rec Center and one of OSMP's tiniest properties, the 1/3 of an acre Bonsall property. Both the Farmer's Ditch and Forest Ave multi-use pass across the gardens, and it's bisected by Farmer's Ditch. The property is zoned agricultural and is designated agricultural and open space other in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. And perhaps most significantly, the gardens have been owned and operated by the Long family since 1916 and were recently recognized as a centennial farm by History Colorado. So originally started by the Long family for seed and bulk propagation, today the garden supports several agricultural operations that provide numerous community services. It includes an over 100-year-old house, which is located in the red area on the map in front of you. Long's Garden's iris fields and Mountain Flower goat dairy, a raw milk dairy within the orange area, and Growing Gardens depicted in purple. At Long's Gardens, Growing Gardens manages community garden plots, beehives, and a fruit orchard, and performs numerous projects and initiatives, including the Cultiva Youth Project. It's because of Long's Gardens' rich agricultural history and heritage, the diversity of agricultural uses and operations it supports today, and the desire by the city, community, and the Long family to ensure that the property is not only protected from development, but accessible to similar agricultural uses and operations in the future, that we're bringing this conservation easement acquisition to you tonight. But before discussing some of the details of the conservation easement, we thought it'd be helpful to provide a brief overview of what conservation easements are and how they work. So a conservation easement is a legal agreement between a landowner and a qualified conservation organization or government agency that permanently limits a property's uses in order to conserve its conservation values. And just so you know, here at OSMP, we often use the terms conservation values and open space charter purposes interchangeably. A common legal metaphor to describe how conservation easements work is to think of land ownership as a bundle of rights or a bundle of sticks. The rights or individual sticks associated with land ownership may include the right to build structures, harvest timber, and farm. When a landowner conveys a conservation easement, they permanently give up some of those rights or sticks while retaining others. So for a very simple example, an owner might give up or significantly limit their right to build structures while retaining the right to farm. Under a conservation easement, ownership remains with the private landowner, but future owners are bound by its terms, so it's a perpetual encumbrance on the property. They're also seen as being flexible because they can be tailored to meet the goals, needs, and circumstances of a property while protecting its unique suite of conservation values. So it's these advantages that have made conservation easements a very effective and popular conservation tool. And at OSMP, we have over 100 conservation agreements, including conservation easements and development rights agreements that we steward annually. So at OSMP, we often use the word stewardship and management interchangeably, but conservation easement stewardship is very different than the stewardship and management we perform on the city's fee-owned lands or the lands where we own all the sticks. On those lands, stewardship and management means restoring habitats, building and repairing trails, running volunteer and educational programs, putting up signs and leasing to agricultural tenants. But when we talk about conservation easement stewardship, what we really mean is enforcing the terms and conditions of the conservation easement in order to protect its conservation values in perpetuity. So to do this effectively, we require what's called a baseline documentation report, which documents the conservation values and the existing conditions of the property at the time of conveyance. and serves as the basis for future monitoring and enforcement. We then go out and monitor the property at least once a year to ensure that the terms and conditions of the easement are being followed and to document any changes from what's in the baseline report. On our annual monitoring visit, if we do find a potential violation of the easement, we then work with the landowner to resolve it. And as I think you can all appreciate, these are often long and complicated documents, so a key part of conservation easement stewardship is maintaining a relationship with the landowners to address questions or issues before they escalate to a violation. Lastly, some of OS&P's conservation easements, including the one before you tonight, require a management plan. A lot of conservation easement organizations and government agencies require management plans and certain uses in their conservation easements because specific management actions or requirements are necessary to fully protect a property's conservation values. So unless specified otherwise, management activities are undertaken by the landowner, and the easement holder, in this case the city, simply ensures that those activities are consistent with both the management plan and the easement. So for example, many conservation easements protecting forest land require a forest management plan that require the landowner to perform sustainable thinnings, retain old growth stands, and leave woody debris for habitat purposes. Likewise, for agricultural properties, a management plan might require specific crop or livestock rotation, irrigation requirements, and targeting the control of specific noxious weeds. And the reason that we recommend that these management requirements are in a separate management plan and not in the easement itself is primarily because a conservation easement is a perpetual document that's difficult to amend, whereas a management plan can and should be amended on a somewhat regular basis and as the uses and conditions of the property change over time, and also as best management practices evolve with improving science and technology. So although you have a draft of the Longs Garden Conservation Easement in front of you, we wanted to highlight some of its key terms and conditions that help protect the property's scenic, agricultural, and passive recreational conservation values. The easement permits the existing structures and improvements on the property and allows for new structures and improvements within the west and east building areas, which are depicted on the map in front of you. Outside of the building areas, the construction of additional improvements and/or the enlarging or relocating of existing improvements is subject to the agricultural management plan, which I'll touch on in just a bit. It also prohibits subdivision, but recognizes the current separate ownership of the property. As a result, future conveyances of the property to non-family members must be of the entire property. And so the other key terms and conditions we want to highlight are ones that the city and Long family believe will better ensure that Longs Gardens not only remains in agriculture, but remains accessible in the future to the types of uses and operations it supports today. The easement prohibits certain types of agriculture, such as commercial feedlots, equestrian centers, nurseries, and sod farms, and also ties the associated water rights, including farmers and Silver Lake ditch shares to the property. However, perhaps most significantly, the easement includes an affirmative agricultural covenant that requires the landowner to engage in productive agricultural uses in accordance with an agricultural management plan. And so based on feedback from OSBT, we wanted to emphasize what the affirmative agricultural covenant requires and what it doesn't. And that specific section is section 6 in the draft easement that's attached to the memo and also on the slide in front of you. So the covenant requires that the property be used for productive agricultural uses, which are the production, raising, processing, storage, and sale or distribution of agricultural and horticultural products, crops, and livestock for food, fiber, and flowers. It requires those uses to be conducted pursuant to the agricultural management plan, mutually agreed upon by the landowner and the city, and updated by the landowner at least every 10 years. So to clarify, Longs Gardens will continue to be privately owned, operated, and managed, but the management and stewardship of the property will be subject to this jointly prepared management plan. What it does not require is for the current uses, that is the iris operation, mountain flower, goat dairy, and growing gardens to continue forever, nor does it require that the future uses have to be not-for-profit or have a community-based business model such as a CSA or a co-op. The city and the Long family believe this covenant better ensures that Longs Gardens will remain in and accessible to these types of community-based agricultural operations in the future, but it doesn't guarantee that they will. And just to close the balance that the city and Long family are trying to strike with this covenant and the other terms and conditions in the easement is not only ensuring that Long's Garden remains accessible to agriculture in the future, but viable for agriculture as well. And with that, I can hand it back over to Bethany.
Okay, on the screen in front of you is the staff recommendation for the motion, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the purchase agreement or the conservation easement itself. Keeping in mind that the conservation easement, while in substantially the same form that it appears in the memo tonight, closing will not occur until March of 2021, and so there may be some subtle changes that occur that we recognize in the next year or so.
You didn't mention the attachment of this easement to the ballot measure. Can you explain that?
So, and hopefully the motion also explains some of that. But, Dan.
I think for the public,
Yeah,
yes.
for Open Space and Mountain Parks can also come up and lend some assistance with that. But this conservation easement is, acquisition of this conservation easement is tied to a ballot measure that is on the ballot on the November ballot for this year. If passed, the first year of the, under Ordinance 8346, the first year of the open space tax extension, if approved at if the 0.15 cent tax extension is approved by the voters, the first year, which is approximately $5.3 million, but that entire year's worth of revenues will go towards acquisition of this conservation easement. The motion subtly changes that in that we set the minimum purchase price of the $5.3 million, but an otherwise not to exceed the 2020 revenues, that full year's worth of revenues that are collected, which is why closing will not occur until about March of 2021, is because we need to know what revenues were collected in 2020.
And so if it doesn't pass,
So if it doesn't pass, the acquisition will not occur.
and this easement won't occur.
Correct.
So, hope everybody votes for it. One other question I had is, we just wanted you to highlight the mineral and oil and gas rights and how they are handled.
Okay. Because this isn't a fee acquisition, it is hard to negotiate the acquisition of mineral rights under a property, and so this acquisition of the conservation easement does not require, or we were not able to negotiate the acquisition of the mineral rights. The conservation easement, however, does prohibit any kind of oil and gas development or mineral development or development of the minerals on or under the property, and it also prohibits leasing of those minerals. So it is as restrictive and as controlling of the mineral interests that we can see. Also, the family is anticipating applying for a tax credit and or federal tax deduction for this conservation easement for the difference in any appraised value above and beyond this purchase price. And so if they do so, it will require what's called a mineral remoteness letter in order to proceed with any kind of tax under Treasury regulations with any kind of tax deduction or federal deduction that says that any kind of development would be so remote as to be negligible. And so it's completely unlikely, in fact, that mineral development would occur on this property.
All right, one more question for me, and that is, if I remember correctly from the memo, some of the structures are old and have historic value perhaps, but aren't landmarked. And I don't think the easement addresses that, but should the property be sold in the future, is that something we might want to address at that time?
Definitely. So what is allowed to happen in the building envelopes or the building areas is anything that local land use code would allow. And so presumably, yes, going through the local land use process would trigger some kind of historic analysis and potentially landmarking of those. And so they would be subject to any requirements under that, whether it's keeping the facade or restricting renovation, expansion, things like that. Yes.
Great. Aaron?
Thank you for all that. A question about the affirmative agricultural easement, if I have that right. So that's tied to an agricultural management plan. Sorry, and do we have that yet, or is that to be negotiated?
That is to be negotiated, I shouldn't even say negotiated, is to be finalized and agreed upon. And so the goal of that will be, as we've worked through with the family, is really write down and tell us how it's being managed now. And then having, whether it's OSMP's agricultural staff or outside agency assistant, USDA type agencies, NRCS, things like that, or the local soil conservation districts, assist us with looking at that management plan and working through it with the family and growing gardens and things, and saying, hey, all this works, or we need to work through some of that, or establish a different kind of management scheme, and then really jointly agreeing to that, and then moving forward as operations on the property may change. So it may not be an iris garden forever, and another owner may come in and say, we want to plant tulips instead, in which case we look at how to change that.
So, and then that would be with the consent of the owner and the city?
Correct,
The management plan would be
yes,
updated?
it's a mutually agreed to.
And what I'm just thinking about, like if in 50 years, some future owner says, you know what, I'm sick of this elective agricultural thing. All I want to do is plant irises in like a 20th of an acre and that's it. Then we probably wouldn't agree to that. We'd say, no, you really need to do more than that in terms
Correct.
of an active agricultural.
Yes, and it's hard to plan for forever, and it's hard to prohibit that from happening. But with trying to say productive agricultural uses, and as they're defined on the screen in front of you, which is having agriculture on the property to the point that the property can sustain, can manage, but guaranteeing that there won't be, a house with several horses and a hayfield is hard to do when you're also talking about an agricultural conservation easement.
Gotcha. But the city will have a long-term seat at the table,
Correct.
right, to have those discussions, and we would be required to permit changes to the management plan. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Any other questions before we go to the public hearing? Okay, we have one signed up. Amanda Bickle.
Well, heck, it said public hearing, so I felt like somebody needed to speak.
I agree.
I just wanted to thank you guys again for making this possible. I wanted to thank the Long family and all the many, many people who have been working to make this come to fruition. It's very exciting. So thank you.
Wow. Okay, nobody from the Longs wants to speak? Well, come on.
Catherine Long. I was trying to save you time.
Oh, well.
I sent you an email last night. No, I just want to say thank you. It's been a long process, but hopefully the voters will decide that this is something that they want, not only for us, but for open space. So as I said in my email, I just want to thank staff particularly for the great work they've done. It's been wonderful to have people on staff who have land trust background. That's made a huge difference to make this all finally happen. People with their hearts in the right place, but also the good part about it taking so long is that we've all learned a lot of things, and things like an affirmative agricultural covenant didn't exist when we first started this process. So I think we, as it's been said, we've tried to strike a good balance. We can't, at Open Space Board of Trustees, they were talking about whether this guaranteed, the uses that are there now, and I finally said, as a farmer, I know there are no guarantees, and we only can do what we can to try and direct this, and it's probably as much as we should be able to do, because there's only so much we should look into the future, and we need to leave it to the future. So thank you.
Well, Catherine, the other reason I wanted you to come up is just so that we can all thank you.
Oh, you've done that already.
Well, I know, but it's just,
Thank you.
we appreciate all the stewardship your family has done. Okay, so with that, I know there's probably 8 people that want to make this motion.
So
So we'll get Lisa to do it.
So I'll move to authorize the city manager to execute the purchase agreement in Attachment E for the purchase of a conservation easement interest in substantially the form in Attachment D over approximately 25.34 acres of land known as Long's Gardens, located at 3240 Broadway and 1350 Hawthorne Avenue from Catherine Long's Gate, Margaret Ann Long, and Long Property Limited Partnership for open space and transportation purposes, contingent upon the passage of the November 2019 ballot issue authorized under City of Boulder Ordinance 8346, and for a minimum purchase price of $5.3 million, and otherwise not to exceed the 2020 revenues collected under that .15 cent sales tax extension if passed.
Second. Oh, go ahead.
So hopefully it passes, and I hope people are going to get out there and support this. This has this amenity, the Long's Gardens is an amenity for this whole community, and so we're very thankful to the Long family for allowing us, tens of thousands of us every year, to come onto your property and enjoy this beautiful land, as well as all of the educational and community-type benefits that you conduct at your, on this property. And it brings young people with older people. It's cross-generational. It's cross ethnicity lines. It's cross all kinds of lines. And I think it's a property like Long's Gardens that helps bring our community together, because we have accidental meetings at Long's Gardens while we're out picking our favorite iris for the spring. So I just, I can't thank the Long family enough, and everybody who was instrumental in bringing this forward. When I got reelected in 2007, this was the beginning of this kind of journey. And before then, we had often wondered, well, what's going to happen to that property? And I know it was a long process, but I just appreciate all of our staff, the Long family, the community members, in hanging in there with us to get to where we are today. And as Catherine pointed out, sometimes it's good. It took a longer period of time because we've learned a lot over that process. And I just thank everybody for working on this to bring us to where we are today. And just make sure you vote by November 5th.
And I would just add, what a community jewel this is. And your family's stewardship has led to amazing community partnerships with Growing Gardens and Mountain Flower Goat Dairy. And you've caretaken history, and you've also brought a lot of joy and beauty into the community. So thank you so much. And yes, please vote for this on the ballot, everyone. Anything else? Mary?
So again, I'm very grateful to the Long family as well. And I just wanted to add that the biggest contribution, in my view, of this easement is the community gardens. I had the great fortune to help manage this back in, must have been like 2008, 2009. And just the way it brings and fosters community is something that is invaluable. It is definitely worth more than at least $5.3 million. So I hope that in the future it does continue to make this contribution to our community, because that is its biggest and most valuable contribution. So thank you.
So following up on Mary's point about community, I think some of the other activities that go on there that bring our youth into contact with how their food is grown and harvested and distributed, I think that really wakes them up into like the whole relationship with the food system and so on. So, and I think there's a huge community benefit to that and to the engagement of youth there. So it is makes me feel lucky to be on the council that gets to approve putting this on the ballot and putting the conservation easement in place. So thank you all very much.
Aaron?
Yeah, just real quickly, and it is such a community treasure, and that active agricultural in the middle of our city is such an important thing for our community. I bike past there about 3 times a week, and it always brings me joy over the growing season to see the people out there planting and caretaking their gardens, as well as to see the goats and the llama. I always say hi to the llama. I remember some like 12 years ago, passing by the property, being like, wow, somebody someday should put a conservation easement on this property. And what an honor it is to be part of the group that gets to actually vote on this. So very excited about this. Please do vote yes on this tax so we can get this done.
All righty. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you.
2H? 2H for Hootie and happiness.
Hootie and
So I'd remind council that you really shouldn't be supporting a ballot measure from the dais. You passed a resolution, but using city resources. So what I'm suggesting that you say is read the council's resolution previously adopted as a regular course of business. Thank you.
So
I think that's what we said.
what I said.
That's what you said, Lisa, and I support what you say.
It's probably a little flawed tonight.
Yep.
All righty.
Okay, your next public hearing, you have 2 items related to the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park.
Someday.
Thanks.
Ready?
Great. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Sloan Walbert, who has served as the case manager on this project, is going to take you through staff's analysis.
Okay, good evening. So tonight's item is regarding the annexation and phased, before I start, sorry. If you need translation services, I wish I could say it in Spanish, but we do have a translator here.
Si necesitan traducción para esta parte de la Junta, por favor de hablar con Marina, que está por acá.
Thank you very much for that. So tonight's item is regarding the annexation and phased installation of utility and transportation infrastructure and the construction of fixed foundation homes on the property at 4475 Broadway. The goal is non-displacement of existing residents, and mobile homes would remain on the site for the foreseeable future.
Hey, hang on one second. So are we all set back there? Or do we need to pause? Oh, yeah. When you're ready, we'll proceed. Are you good?
Okay.
Okay.
So just as a quick overview for tonight's discussion, I will present the annexation and land use designation change proposals, a history of the city's involvement, cover the built environment and the regulatory context, and then staff will present findings on key issues. So the property requires annexation to be brought into the city to allow for upgrades and repairs to the existing utility connections. In this process, Planning Board is required to make a recommendation to City Council on whether or not the annexation should be approved and any terms, conditions, and the zoning that should be applied, which Planning Board did at a hearing on September 5th. And the City Council then holds a second public hearing before making your determination, which is the item scheduled tonight. The annexation conditions are listed in the Memorandum of Understanding, which was included in the memo. As part of the proposal, the project proposes to change the land use designation of the property to medium-density residential with an initial zoning designation of residential medium 2. And this is necessary to permit the proposed construction of fixed foundation homes on the property. The process to change the land use map requires approval of both Planning Board and City Council. There is no Boulder County call-up requirement because the site is an enclave. Lastly, the project is required to complete a site review because the project meets the minimum thresholds for the proposed RM2 zoning. However, at the hearing on September 17th, the council did not call up the site review for consideration. Therefore, tonight's discussion is only regarding the annexation, initial zoning, and land use designation change. So just to quickly cover the proposal, at completion, the site would have 73 permanently affordable residential units, both as mobile homes and as fixed foundation homes. New homes are primarily proposed as single-family and duplex homes, but there are some carriage homes, triplexes, fourplexes proposed. The intent is to allow for a mix of housing that can accommodate a variety of household configurations. And a long-term lease would allow residents to own their homes. Off-site prefabricated construction is anticipated. The city plans to ultimately transfer ownership to a partner, which would be an affordable housing nonprofit or a housing authority. However, the city will continue to own the land until the infrastructure improvements are substantially complete. And Habitat for Humanity would be the housing partner who will construct the homes and assist with financing. The proposed redevelopment would be phased over 10+ years. To provide housing options to the existing residents and to achieve the goals outlined in the Ponderosa Resolution, which included minimal displacement of residents. Primary access to the site would be from Cherry Avenue and 10th Street with a new 4-way intersection with stop signs. Secondary access would be provided via a road extension to Rosewood Avenue and a secondary access at Cherry. The site plans do show site access from Broadway as an emergency access only. The final design of this portion of the site is unclear at this time due to the approved flood improvements on the Broadway underpass, which is part of the 4-mile Canyon Creek Greenways Improvement Project. Also, there are transportation improvements on Broadway proposed as part of the North Broadway Reconstruction Project. So at this time, the Broadway access is to remain open until that area is needed to complete those improvements.
When do we think that is?
We don't know, but we do have someone from transportation here if you want to ask later. So the memo did have a very detailed description of the city involvement with the site, but just to quickly go through the main points. The city was awarded a community development block grant in 2014. Following direction by council, the city purchased the property in August of 2017, and in that same year adopted the Ponderosa Resolution, which affirmed the city's commitment to work with the residents of the mobile home park to protect health and life safety, enable permanent affordability, promote sustainability, and ensure minimal resident displacement. Since the purchase, sorry about that. City staff has been working with consultants and residents to envision the future of the community, which is referred to as the Ponderosa Community Stabilization Project. A concept plan for the project was reviewed by Planning Board and City Council in 2018. And more recently, Planning Board reviewed the annexation, zoning, land use designation change, and site review on September 5th and recommended approval. The board also approved the site review as I described. On September 17th, council adopted the annexation resolution and heard the first reading of the annexation ordinance. And then tonight will be the second reading of that ordinance. So this graphic represents the project schedule, and if approved, the project would move into the technical document review phase, after which permits could be submitted for those infrastructure improvements and for new homes on the western edge of the property. So since purchase of Ponderosa, there has been extensive community engagement and outreach, which I am going to leave to the applicant to describe. The property is currently under the jurisdiction of Boulder County and is considered an enclave because it is surrounded by the Boulder city limits on all sides. It is located in Area 2 in the comprehensive plan and is eligible for annexation. And that per annexation policies, the city will actively pursue annexation of county enclaves such as this one. So the majority of the site is designated as manufactured housing on the land use map, which applies to existing mobile home parks. The northern edge of the property is designated as open space other. The proposal is to change the land use designation to medium density residential, which is described in the comprehensive plan as characterized by a mix of housing types from single family to attached units, which are generally situated near neighborhood and community shopping areas or along some of the major arterials of the city. The existing county zoning is manufactured home park, and the proposed zoning is residential medium 2, which is medium density residential areas primarily used for small lot residential development, including duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, where the intent is each unit would have direct access at the ground level. And there's that definition there. So 4 Mile Canyon Creek runs along the north property line. The site is primarily impacted by the 100-year and 500-year floodplains. There is a strip of high hazard and conveyance zones along the creek. The creek is contained within land owned by the city as open space, and future home replacements within the 100-year floodplain would be required to be elevated and to meet floodproofing standards required by FEMA. Currently, all of the finished floors of the existing units are located above the flood elevation. So just to provide some background on the mobile home park, the park operated on a well and septic system until the late 1970s. An out-of-city utility agreement was approved in 1978, which allowed the park to connect to city water and sewer systems, which was completed in the 80s, and they were tied into the existing park infrastructure. And based on the language contained in that out-of-city utility agreement, the property may perform continued maintenance, but any upgrades or modifications would require annexation. The property currently has no stormwater detention or water quality controls. The internal access streets are unpaved. So it's noteworthy that the park requires substantial infrastructure improvements to meet city standards. This won't work, but okay. The mobile home park currently contains 68 households, which are 67 mobile homes and 1 office structure with a manager quarters. There is a commercial structure located on the arm of the property that extends to Broadway. The site's located in North Boulder, west of Broadway, which is an area that has evolved over the last 25 years, largely guided by the North Boulder Sub-Community Plan. The character of the area is eclectic. The Shining Mountain Waldorf School campus is located directly across Cherry Avenue. Foothills Community Park is located to the west. The Foothills community to the west contains permanently affordable housing, which is managed by Boulder Housing Partners. And the site is neighbored by a recent development referred to as 1,000 Rosewood. And there is aging industrial development to the south and east, which primarily contains industrial service uses. As I described, this site is located adjacent to 4 Mile Canyon Creek. To the east across Broadway are the Uptown Broadway and Violet Crossing developments, which are characterized by mixed use and multifamily buildings. And there are industrial uses located to the north across the creek. So as described in the staff memo, staff identified 3 key issues for discussion. The first is regarding consistency of the proposal with state statutes and comprehensive plan policies regarding annexation. The applicant is requesting annexation by petition as provided by state law. The property borders city limits on all sides and meets the requirements for annexation of an enclave. It is located within Area 2 of the comprehensive plan, which is areas that are anticipated to be annexed within 3 years. In terms of city policies, the annexation would preserve existing housing on the property and provide significant community benefits, primarily in that form of permanently affordable housing. The units are intended to be available to low, moderate, and middle income residents and priced to be affordable based on household income. Other community benefits include no involuntary displacement of current residents, improved traffic and pedestrian access and circulation, and flood mitigating stormwater management. The next key issue is that proposed change to the land use designation. Staff does find that that land use change is appropriate and consistent with Appendix C of the comprehensive plan. It is consistent with the policies and overall intent of the comprehensive plan. It doesn't affect land use or growth projections or the adequacy of urban facilities and services. Boulder County Land Use Department has indicated support for the proposal. The change to the OSO designated portion of the site was reviewed by city staff, including open space and mountain parks. And OSMP staff supports the land use change because the property's OSO lands do not significantly support or provide for any of the open space purposes listed in the charter. The last key issue is whether the proposed zoning of residential medium 2 is appropriate. Initial zoning is established pursuant to Section 9218 of the Land Use Code, and this section states that zoning will be established consistent with the land use map of the comprehensive plan. And staff finds that RM2 zoning is appropriate considering the proposed housing type and density. Staff finds it's a logical extension of the existing zoning and is compatible with the area and the intent of the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. So to wrap up, staff finds that the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan, state statutes, and land use code, and recommends that council adopt the motions listed in the memo and shown on the screen. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? I had one. I was wondering if you could explain to us the affordability provisions in terms of how would permanent affordability be passed down through ownership, both the existing tenants, but also when they resell.
Sure, I think the applicant will address that in detail as part of their presentation.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we should, why don't we go ahead and go to the applicant then, and then we'll ask questions afterwards. Okay.
Where's the mouse? I can do it.
Good evening, Kurt Fernhaber, Director of Housing and Human Services, as the applicant this evening. So I'll start out talking about this project and its uniqueness as we often talk about development as a project or a development, but this is really a community. And so there's been a community process since 2014 that's gotten us here. It's really about balancing city goals and affordable housing goals with the goals of the individuals that also live there. At the beginning, I just wanted to thank, this has been a team effort. These are pictures of many of our team members. For city staff, we have Crystal Launder and Leslie Pinkham, who are project managers on it, Danica Powell from Trestle Strategy Group, Susan Lithgow from Flatirons Habitat for Humanity, Caddis Architecture, JB Fieldworks, and JVA. That's the team that's worked very intensively over this last year. And I think also a big thank you to the city staff. Every day they worked on this project, it required thoughtfulness and innovation to get where we are today. I'll give an overview on the community outreach. Again, it started in 2014, but for this aspect of the project, it's really been over the last 18 months. So there's been a lot of communication through newsletters. Every time we have a community meeting or meet with individuals, we record the questions that they ask. And we provide written answers to them in a resident guide. So the resident guide has grown from a couple of pages to well over 100 pages. So every question through the entire process has been documented from the community. Text updates, signage at the site, our website. At the beginning of this process, the community elected the Resident Leadership Committee. So I want to thank Victor, Cesar, Sharissa, Tina, Karen, Ed, and Saul, who really gave a lot of time and thoughtfulness into this process, as well as a lot of critique. We've also had many community meetings, 10 community meetings, and lots of individual meetings, sitting in families' living rooms, kitchens, and front porches, listening to their concerns and dreams for this project. All community engagement has been done in both English and Spanish. So the annexation agreement has sort of a couple dynamics here. The new housing that you'll hear about, but also creating a path for existing mobile homes to stay as well. And really reaching a broad spectrum of affordability from 20% of area median income all the way up to 150% of area median income. And really, this will become the largest home ownership affordable project in the city of Boulder. So this graphic kind of shows where we started from. The different colors here represent areas of conflict that don't meet our fire regulations. So you can see it represents about 2/3 of the site. And what also isn't represented here is the size of the mobile homes, which were put in the 50s and 60s and 70s. The trailers today, or the mobile homes today, don't actually aren't built to these sizes and are much bigger than this. So creating an upgraded mobile home park is very difficult and would end up reducing significantly the number of units that we could have on this site. So this is a snapshot of a I'll call it an average parcel at Ponderosa. These are actual mobile homes and with a designated area. In this area, there's 6 houses, 59% of it is open space. The average home at Ponderosa is 900 square feet, and there's currently 68 homes. So the approach that we've taken, again, this is a snapshot example. In this same area, it creates 7 houses. It increases the amount of open space by 10%. And the average home size goes from 900 square feet to 1,200 square feet. And we're able to create that through smaller footprints and going to 2 stories, creating 73 homes in total for the site, and also creating a path for compliance. The compliance now is a challenge, as I mentioned earlier, simply from a fire regulation and setbacks, health and safety. So we recently did a survey a couple months ago. We did a survey at the beginning. We did another one a couple months ago. A couple of the things that came out of this survey is roughly 85% of the residents are very likely or somewhat likely to stay in Ponderosa through this process, which was very encouraging. Many of these residents have lived there for a long time. They have grown with this community, and it's their home. The household size varies quite a bit as well and is unique to our community. 15% of the homes have 1 resident. Up to 21% of the households that have 5 residents. So you can see there's a broad spectrum of household sizes in the community. So one of the questions we received from City Council at CAC recently was about the affordability. So I'm going to give this as an example. So this is one of the proposed housing designs. Currently, it's a 2-bedroom, 2-story, almost 600 square feet on each floor, and designed as a duplex. And so this first column that I want you to look at is called First Home Buyer 2021. And this is how this particular house design that you just looked at, how that would price out and be affordable to the families. So for the first home buyer, the sales price would be $174,600, and this is based at 60% of the area median income. The down payment is essentially their current home that they're living in. We would purchase that from them. They could use that as a down payment. The median value of a home out there right now is valued at $25,000. A silent second mortgage would be put forward through Habitat, putting down 20%. So the actual mortgage amount goes down to $114,000. Habitat is able to get lower than market interest rates. So the monthly payments would be $600. There would be a community fee of $185 per month, and that covers the landscaping on the outside, the community landscaping, the painting, the exterior painting of the homes in the future, as well as the roofs, replacement of the roofs. So for a monthly payment of $785 per month. The average resident currently spends $775 per month on their housing costs. That was a survey that we did 2 years ago. So a future home buyer in, let's say, 2028, which is the column on your right, the value of that home will go up to $199,000. The new resident moving in there, though, will need to make 60% of the area median income, so they'll have a slightly higher income. We typically see a 5% down payment, so their monthly cost would be $1,241 per month. So the mechanism to ensure that this occurs is through a land lease, similar to how we have at the Poplar project, and there's some things there that we've learned that we would do differently or better as a result of that. Also at Palo Park, we have the same model there, where there's 9 Habitat for Humanity homes within a BHP property. So the exact same mechanism as that.
May I ask a question while we're
Yeah, go ahead. Sam, go ahead.
So Kirk, this is great. Thanks for walking us through the details. You mentioned Palo Park, and you mentioned 9 Habitat for Humanity homes within a BHP project.
That's correct.
So this is not a BHP project. This is a city-owned piece of land, correct?
Yes.
And will the city continue to own the land and act as the landowner?
No. So our anticipation is that substantially through the project, the land would be sold to BHP. BHP would be the landowner, just like they are for Palo Park and for Poplar.
Who owns the Mapleton Mobile Home Park?
Thistle.
Thistle owns it as well as manages it.
That's correct.
And so in the case that BHP comes to own all of Ponderosa, then it will be the case that they can't sell that off because they're
That's correct.
So will there be covenants that are given as
Yes.
they buy each property?
Yes, and that is documented in the land lease as well. But there will be covenants on the property that support that.
Okay, great. That's all for now, Aaron.
Here's a couple additional questions. So that silent second mortgage, is that essentially an additional city subsidy that's going in to kind of keep the purchase price down?
That's correct. And then that could be paid back to the city at the time of the second sale.
Right, so the idea is that we wouldn't collect any payments on that.
That's
but
correct.
When it sells, and you're using 7 years as an example, but it could be 30, it could be 40 years.
Absolutely.
There's no requirements there.
That's correct.
But there'd be this mortgage sitting in the background, zero interest?
Yes.
Okay, so that whenever that came to be sold, the city would get that money back for
That's
the
correct.
affordable housing program?
Yep.
And that between that extra investment and the low interest rate, we're essentially using that in order to keep the housing costs similar to what the residents' current housing costs are?
That's correct.
Fair statement?
Yeah. So the only thing I would add to that is that there will be appreciation on the total price of the house. So that starts at 174. So at the time of resale to the second owner, in this situation, the resident would have appreciation starting at the 114,000, and the city would have appreciations on the 34,000 portion of that.
So we're sharing in the appreciation
correct.
Based on the percent that we own through the second mortgage?
That's correct.
And would that appreciation be capped at our typical affordable housing rates?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
We would be using the same covenants that we do for our affordable housing program.
So then when it was resold, it would become kind of a standard part of the inventory then?
Absolutely.
Of the affordable housing inventory. Thanks for explaining that.
And, I just want to make sure, when it gets sold again, the appreciation limit is what in our program?
It stays relevant to the AMI,
Okay,
which is about 2% per year.
okay, and 60% is the AMI target for all these houses, or
No. So
does that come up later?
yeah, so
okay.
there is a variety of incomes within Ponderosa. However, the vast majority are in the 30 to 40% AMI range. But there probably additional homes that would be built above and beyond the residents that are there would be targeted more towards middle income.
Which is?
80 to 150% of AMI, or house prices between 80 and 120% of AMI.
So that's for the new 7?
That's correct.
I think Mary was next. Oh, okay.
So this example, thanks for the explanation, Kurt, but this example is for 60% AMI.
Yes.
So for lower AMIs, in order to keep the monthly home cost at an affordable rate for folks that are at the lower end, is the variable the silent second mortgage?
Yeah, and it's also the down payment as well. They're coming with a significantly higher down payment than most people would within our program. Yeah.
Thank you.
And so, Kurt, I thought I heard you say the first time you went through it that the silent second would be a Habitat.
It would be a mechanism through Habitat. We would have an agreement with Habitat for those funds.
But Habitat is the borrower.
That's correct.
And the lender.
Yes.
Of the funds.
That's
Okay.
correct, yep.
And so will Habitat do this on every property in the park?
It will do it on those that require it from a financial perspective.
I see.
So there's some people that won't need a silent second, but then they will also own a larger portion of their home.
Sure. And then there was one other question. So if, like Mary asked, it starts lower, will it be a smaller square footage, or will it be all in the silent second amount, or what will be the variables that we'll use to get people at 30% AMI?
So this model gets people to 30% or even slightly lower than that. So it will be, the two variables will be sort of the house size that they need on related to their family household size. And then the silent second will help them get there.
Okay, very good.
Lisa. So this is all very good. One of the questions I had is, so does this silent second, does it vary with respect to the house size and the AMI of the household?
It would vary according to the AMI of the household.
And so in terms of the AMI of the household, you're kind of averaging at 60%, but you have people who are lower than 30% AMI living there. What do you do with them over time? Or do you just think that they're going to phase out over time and it goes into middle income?
So a 60% AMI priced home is what we consider our low mod. It's not middle income.
Right.
Middle income is 80% and higher.
Right.
So the idea is that homes, the lowest priced homes would be priced at 60% of AMI, and we would use these other mechanisms to create affordability for the residents who are currently in Ponderosa.
But over time, you see the average AMI increasing.
Yeah, so over time, 100 years from now, these homes will, and the people who live in these homes will be in the 60 to probably 120% AMI range.
Okay. And then you mentioned that BHP will eventually take over the ownership of this. And I know in reading the materials, back in the 90s, there was a discussion about having a resident-owned community. And so was that option considered in this discussion?
It was considered. We looked at the advantages of the land lease, and what that does is it allows the community not to have a traditional HOA, and BHP becomes sort of the management partner for that, and it also allows for the residents not to have to pay property taxes on the land, just on the house. So it creates another level of affordability.
So BHP would pay the taxes on the land? Or they don't pay taxes?
They don't pay taxes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I have one more question, Kurt. In the case of a foreclosure on the first, what's going to happen? Very much in the discussion we had on Measure 2I, we wanted a hardship provision. What will happen for somebody who gets in trouble in one of these homes? What are the kind of housing programs to help those folks?
Well, typically, as soon as we know that there is a challenge, sometimes they reach out to us, sometimes we have to reach out to them. So there's different financial counseling that they would go through first. We would, and Habitat also has processes around trying to keep people in their homes. However, with home ownership, there is that risk. And I think I've mentioned to you before, I think we have about probably three or so foreclosures a year in our program. Typically, the city purchases the home and resells it. So that as we purchase the home, because we don't want the resident to go into foreclosure, and we prevent that, we prevent that financial risk on their record. It allows them to sort of cash out of the home, and then we're able to sell it to a second resident.
So you bring up one more very interesting point, which is the model of home ownership is going to change in Ponderosa over time. Yep. Whereas now the structure is owned and the lot is rented, it will go into a situation where even though the monthly is the same, it will be in a mortgage situation. So is there any plan to do education as people transition, from a mobile home into a fixed foundation structure about what that means financially.
Absolutely. So there's, Habitat has financial training. We also have training with the county as well for residents to help prepare them. Some people may need a couple years of financial preparedness to get to the point where it would make sense for them to move into a fixed foundation home.
Great, that's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So this site plan and the colors are to demonstrate the amount of flexibility that we have. So the yellow colors are single story, and those are the focus on that is for people who want to age in place. And the carriage homes are in the blue, and the most flexibility is in the last color, the orange. That can be either a single story, a two-story, a single family, a duplex, a triplex, or a fourplex, 1, 2, or 3 bedroom. So basically, it allows one footprint to create all these different options. So depending on which members of the community want to move into homes, it allows us to kind of mix and match based on what the needs of the community will be.
Hey, what's the difference between a carriage house and a single-story age-in-place?
So a carriage house is 1 story up with parking underneath it. It's basically the same house. One's on the ground and one's up 1 story.
What's the point of that?
Well, it provides covered parking, and it's a better sort of land use model where you're stacking uses.
Okay.
So what it looks like right now, this map is slightly out of date, but it represents that we have had, I think, 11 individuals or families that have moved out of Ponderosa over the last 2 years. And so we do have some vacant units. Along the west side there, you'll see all the carriage houses and some other units as well. That would be phase 1. Residents could move into phase 1, and that will free up space to build sort of blocks of housing in phase 2 and beyond. Okay. So one of the other questions we received from City Council a few days ago is what support is there for residents who want to stay in their manufactured homes? So there have been some homes that have been, I would say, not in a condition that they're actually livable. They don't have heat, they're missing windows, their roof leaks, their furnace doesn't work. So as people have moved out, we have purchased their home. Some of them have left reasonable, or homes in reasonable good condition. So we have moved those individuals into those homes. So we've sort of upgraded their situation through that process. So we're working with the county. The county used to have a program. Now it's being activated again for repair of mobile homes. And so we'll be participating in that. We'll also be assisting residents with permit navigation. That's a process that hasn't occurred probably over the last 20 years at Ponderosa. However, if they're doing work that requires permitting, we're going to help them understand that process. And for those units that are in more of a poor condition, we will be prioritizing them for new homes. So our schedule in January, we're anticipating that Habitat will start working directly with Habitats for pre-qualification for the housing and that whole financial process that we talked about, Sam. The Broadway Transportation Project, we have that generically because it's moved a little bit and they can talk to that directly. Phase 1 infrastructure, we expect to start next June and be completed in December with home construction beginning in the fall. So this is our last slide. Again, this is a project about people and community. And as a result of that, it's been a difficult process and a long process. And it's really required a lot of participation. We want to really thank the community for going along with the process that they didn't actually ask for when we purchased this property. So I'll stop there with any further questions that you may have.
I think go ahead.
I have one additional question, Kurt. Right towards the end of your presentation, you said that there are some homes that are in real poor condition and that it's necessary to move folks from those homes into other homes. So there's one piece of it. The other piece of it that I've also heard you say is that people can stay in their mobile homes as long as they want to. So if you have a situation where somebody wants to stay in their mobile home as long as they want to, and it's one of the ones in poor condition,
so that's where this partnership we have with the county would be helpful in doing repairs to a home like that.
okay, so you would work with the resident who wants to remain in their home?
That's correct. Yes.
To bring it up to livable condition?
So there are 3 homes that will have to be relocated as a result of the infrastructure and where detention ponds will be required because of the grade. One of those residents has already been relocated to another home. Another one, and 2 of the others were in conversations about that as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Are we done? Okay, Pope. He doesn't think I know how to do my job. How about the public hearing? Okay, how many people total?
We have 10 people signed up.
Okay. So each person gets 3 minutes. If you could start with your name, and you might mention, if you don't live in Ponderosa, maybe tell us where you do live. And with that, we'll start with Cam.
Hi. I want to first apologize to Ponderosa residents for signing up as early as I did, not letting the city hear from y'all first. But yeah, my name is Cam Netherland. I'm a student attorney with the Sustainable Community Development Clinic at the University of Colorado Law School, which is a lot to say. While I'm relatively new to the clinic, we've been working with some specific issues along with Ponderosa residents for the past 2 years. And I do want to first say, I recognize that there are a lot of intricacies to a project like this, and I appreciate the city's commitment to affordable housing and the areas where the city staff have worked to tailor the plan to the needs of Ponderosa residents. But I do want to address this basic and essential issue of affordability and affordable housing. Specifically, the city has promised that residents who want to stay in their mobile homes would not be priced out and forced to leave, essentially. And I think as long as affordable housing rates in the city are still controlled by a percentage of area median income, I don't think that will be true. Of course, we expect area median income to only go up by about 2% a year. That isn't always true. Just I think last year, the AMI went up by 10%. Of course, every year, Google doesn't put a campus in town, but I think that base assumption is maybe a little flawed. And yeah, just, the use of AMI assumes that as the city gets wealthier, so do the working people living in the city. And I think we know that's not true most of the time. Working people in the city are being priced out. Yeah, and I think it also should be noted that these, of course, are homeowners. They are not paying these rents on their homes, just the small plot of land underneath them. So yeah, I think just if the city has a genuine commitment to affordable housing, I think it really needs to reconsider the use of AMI. I certainly am not suggesting I have the answer to what we should move to. but I have prepared a few options that I think are worth exploring. Of course, state and federal regulations on affordable housing make that a little bit more difficult, especially the state ban on rent control. But these would include things like rent percentage increase caps, setting rent as a proportion of median income in a affordable housing project rather than by the city at large, simply reducing the percentage of AMI that's used, setting rent based off of the poverty level or as a function of the minimum wage. A couple others, but thank you.
I have a question.
We have some questions for you.
So,
I want to hear the final two first.
Yeah.
before- yeah.
Keep going with your list.
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, I think just one other, so just determining rent as a household-to-household percentage of their wages rather than, so yeah, basically a per-person determination, if that makes sense, based on their income.
Okay. All right, now questions.
Yeah.
so those are all very thought-provoking, and you are, I think, correct in pointing out that AMI has some drawbacks to it. You talked about the federal poverty level, or the poverty level, and I believe that's a local setting. It's set by metropolitan statistical area or something like that. So isn't poverty level also derived partially from AMI?
Sure, yeah. I'm not really suggesting that that would be the main way to do this, but it's something worth considering that I think factors in, people's wages more than just the area at large, if that makes sense.
It does. The other thing that you had talked about was a percentage increase, a cap on the percentage increase. Wouldn't that be essentially rent control?
A bit like rent control, yeah.
Okay.
And I addressed, that obviously I think with the rent control ban, that makes that a little difficult. And I'm certainly not
But we're allowed
super
to.
well versed on.
BHP, we can do rent control.
So they were saying that at BHP, you can do, well, they can set rates wherever they want, essentially, but I believe they often use AMI for that. Is that true? Well, we'll come back to that. I just think those are interesting ideas. I think one of the main things would be if we took the energy around this and worked at the state legislature as well, it would be very helpful to remove that rent control. Maybe it doesn't apply here, but if AMI is being used, that's another point of discussion with the housing provider that can choose how they do that.
For sure. I would just say to that, we just reconsidered rent control as a state, and they voted against it. This has always been a really contentious issue. This is something the city has direct control over.
Sure.
Yep.
So,
Anybody else have a question?
thank you.
All right, hey, thank you. All right, Neil. And after Neil, we'll have Teresa.
This whole political thing is way beyond my scope. I understand now, as the city being my landlord, this is actually a letter to Kurt Demberger. I poured out my heart to Pam Gibson, and she offered to help me put this into actual form. But my question is that I'm confident the city will not evict me to live in place, but will you restore my unit number 37, which was taken from me, I submit, by breach of a verbal contract, which I understand is binding. Now, 22 was my first trailer. I moved in February '89. I found that in my documentation. And then I moved from number 53 because I'd kept knocking my head on the door, and then all of a sudden, the $250 rent gave me the same rent as living in my truck, which I have a lot of experience with living in trucks, Volkswagens, and garages. So 4 or 5 years later, number 37 had the best yard because I already had the best yard because I had a wonderful rock garden and composted. And they said, cut off 22 feet and build a fence there. Now that's what you're doing on the west side, so I'm familiar with that. I lived through that before. But when the firemen were already there, number 37 was burning to the ground, and Francisco lost everything. He was my best tenant. And the manager gave me, after Francisco did not able to convince his wife to put the fifth wheel in there, then he gave me 1 month to have a fifth wheel, and I had built this 12 by 14 building out of 2 by 6s, very strongly framed. That was why I liked the double lots on the north side. So the trailers burnt down, and I have until the end of July to decide. It's a big commitment for me to pay another lot rent and then try to develop, but I've already located the trailer to move. And then when I got a witness, Rudy Brazel came with me to look at the lot. He was in transition, he had sold a place, and I go to show him the lot, and there's a big fifth wheel is already there. And so I call up my current manager and I say, wow, I've got until the end of the month to decide about this. And he responded that I had no interest in the place. And he hung up the phone on me, and we have never broached the topic again. But I had built that place, and I have 20 years of taxes that I've paid on number 37. And so I came to find out years later, I think he thought, oh, cheap rent, I'll just move my fifth wheel in there. But he told me I had until the end of July to do that. And so I would have never brought this up with the Mantle Ranch. And I'm so thankful the city owns it. But if you want to restore number 37 to me, I think it'll save us going to court. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Teresa.
Hi, my name's Teresa Poteet, and I live in the Ponderosa. I hope you'll all enjoy the security of your homes when you go home tonight. I hope you'll think about us in the Ponderosa and ask yourself if the overtake is fair. We receive very low buyout values for our trailers. Trailers are going from anywhere from $60,000 to $90,000 in the current market. Nobody has addressed this yet. The buyout is laying on the backs of Boulder's most poorest residents. Gentrification is a term for the arrival of wealthier people in an existing neighborhood. As a result, rents increase, property values go up. It changes the neighborhood's character and culture. I am glad to have a chance to live here when it was cool and we had freedom. I was told to meet with Habitat for Humanity, and I have twice now. And I was told that they do not know much about what my payment will be. There's no information available yet. It is certainly very unbearable as our neighborhood meetings, the handout chart suggests I'll pay $1,200 more a month for a duplex. This does not seem like a good investment and certainly is not low-income housing. The program suggests that I should not pay more than 50% of my income in housing. I wish to remain independent, and I don't like the government to have this type of control over me. I would like to have a chance to retire. I don't know how this will happen if I am locked into a Habitat for Humanity loan for the next 30 years. Could I still be working when I'm 85 years old, paying a mortgage based on what I earn today? You have an action plan for mobile home parks that was accepted by you. Why rezone our park? In the beginning of this process, we were told not to move, that we have rights. We might have moved if we could all see into the future and feel the pressure that the city is telling us how to live our lives. Now we can't sell our trailers to the highest bidder. I now realize the city does not intend on listening to us. This is a shame and a lie. We are the working poor. Who will compensate us for our wasted time? We have been attending engagement meetings and workshops for years. I am seeing this across the nation, city leaders that are pretending to listen to the people. Years ago, the city promised not to develop on the west side. The plans on crowding us in. I certainly don't like the way Danica uses the undocumented residents and gets them to say they like the plan. Well, these people have no sense of how our government is supposed to work under the Constitution. This is unfortunate to take advantage of my friends and neighbors. You have all taken a pledge to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. Last August, we served you with a petition. The Ponderosa please urge you not to ignore it. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Victor? And Victor, you're polling with Francisca and Manuel. Are they here?
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Victor. I speak, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Solo la introducción y ya después yo puedo. Wow, my name is Victor Lemus and I speak English, but I'm going to speak Spanish because I prefer speak Spanish to understand better.
Whatever you prefer.
Bueno, estoy hablando por la comunidad latina.
I'm talking in the name of the Latino community.
Los latinos no se oponen a ningún proyecto que la ciudad tenga.
Latinos are not opposed to any of the city projects.
De hecho, ellos están muy felices.
As a matter of fact, we're very happy for the projects.
Hemos gastado mucho tiempo.
We have spent a lot of time
en este proyecto.
In this project.
Y tiene razón Kurt en decir cuánto hemos gastado de tiempo,
and Kurt is right when he says that they have invested a lot of time and all the information that they have shared with us.
Sí, el único problema que los latinos tenemos aquí en este proyecto
The only problem that us Latinos have regarding this project
es que muchos latinos no van a calificar para este proyecto.
Is that many Latinos will not qualify for this project.
Y van a tener que rentar como siempre han rentado.
And will have to rent as they have always had.
Las rentas, los latinos han rentado por años.
Latinos have rented homes for years.
Y mucha gente se ha hecho rica y ha hecho más dinero por los problemas de los latinos.
And many people have become wealthy because of the Latinos' struggles.
Okay, esta revista que tengo aquí en mis manos.
This magazine that I have here in my hands.
Dice que el 80%
indicates that 80% of the Latinos
son de Colorado.
Are from Colorado or born in Colorado.
Y les voy a decir por qué.
And I'm going to tell you why.
Porque nuestra cultura latina es muy diferente a la
Because
cultura
our Latino culture is very different from the Anglo culture.
Los latinos estamos siempre juntos, o los papás nos dicen que tenemos que estar juntos.
Latinos are always together, or our parents teach us that we must remain together.
Todos los niños que están creciendo aquí, tanto los jóvenes,
all the kids that are growing here, including youth, teenagers.
Okay, ellos van a trabajar aquí.
They're going to work here, they're going to study here.
O a lo mejor se van a mover para estudiar en otras partes, pero van
Maybe
a
they'll move
regresar
to study elsewhere, but they will always come back home.
Lo que los padres latinos, ahora estuve hablando mucho con muchos latinos
I've
en
been
la mañana.
I've been talking with a lot of Latino parents.
Ellos no están de acuerdo en decir, tengo que esperar y tengo que volver a rentar. Ellos están cansados de rentar.
And they don't agree with the fact that they have to rent. They're tired of renting.
Si realmente este proyecto nos quiere ayudar, incluir a
If
los
this
latinos,
project really wants to help us and include Latinos,
tendríamos que hacer una asociación para que todos califiquen para comprar una casa.
we would have to work together so that everybody qualifies to be able to purchase a home.
Los hijos ahora dicen o van a decir en el futuro, papá, ¿qué hiciste con todo el dinero que ganaste?
Our kids will ask us later on, Dad, what did you do with all the money that you made?
Y ellos le van a decir, se me fue en la renta, hijo.
And they'll have to say, I spent it all in rent.
Es algo muy serio.
It's something serious.
Es algo muy sad.
It's something very sad.
Y que muchas personas estén haciendo dinero con los problemas de la comunidad latina.
And the fact that many people are making money because of Latinos' problems and struggles.
Si realmente quieren ayudar,
If you really wanna help,
tenemos que tener toda la posibilidad
we should all have
comprar y no
the
rentar una
possibility
casa.
of buying and not renting a home.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Wait, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'll ask it.
Okay, I guess we'll ask questions at the end. Carlos?
Good evening. My name is Carlos. I live in Ponderosa. I speak English, but my speech is going to be in Spanish. Okay. Estamos aquí para hablar
We're here to talk about,
en nombre de los latinos y por los latinos que residen en Ponderosa.
in regards, in the name of all the Latinos that live in Ponderosa.
Nosotros hemos estado apoyando este proyecto.
We have been supporting this project,
Deseamos y queremos
and we hope and wish
que se nos permita y se nos den
that we are
opciones
allowed and given options
para que las casas que se van a edificar en
so
Ponderosa
that the homes that are going to be built in Ponderosa
se puedan ser adquiridas por los latinos,
could be purchased by the Latinos.
ya que algunos de ellos no califican para adquirir
Since
una.
many of them do not qualify to purchase a home,
La mayoría de los latinos tienen varios años viviendo en Ponderosa
most Latinos have been living in Ponderosa for years now.
tienen a sus familias
They have their families with them,
y a todos nos gustaría comprar una casa
and we would all want to purchase a home
y no rentar.
and not rent a home.
La mayoría hemos rentado por más de 15 años.
Most of us have been renting for over 15 years.
Contribuimos con la economía local
We contribute to the local economy,
y algunos cuentan con 2 trabajos.
and some of us work 2 jobs.
Lo que pedimos es
What we ask
que se nos dé una opción para poder comprar y
is
no
that,
rentar.
is that we're giving an option to buy and not rent.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Tina?
Hi. I'm Tina Bogan. I'm a 16-year homeowner at Ponderosa. When I got my home, it was pretty run down, and I've spent the last 15 years, well, let's say 14, because I pretty much stopped when the city came in because we didn't know what our future was. I do want to, thank the people that have worked on this project. I think they really have gone above and beyond, but this is really difficult. I read in the papers on the Western Slope that the cities and towns up there are buying the mobile home parks, even ones as old as the ones we live in. They're restoring the infrastructure and selling it back to the residents. That really, it really makes me and some other residents feel like we're not valued in this town. We work hard. We drive buses, we're nannies, we clean hotel rooms, we cook at restaurants, 12, 14-hour days, and this is what we get. We're getting pushed out of our homes. Something more needs to be put in place so that doesn't happen. Sorry.
It's okay.
This has been a long process, and I'm exhausted. But being that this is Boulder, and having worked with some of these folks, I feel that if anybody can do it, they can, and you guys can. I wish I had a definitive answer of what the best route to go is to keep the folks there that want to stay, and also give the people new homes that want them. I did like what Cam had to say about going income by income and not using the median. A lot of this is via taxes. Some people don't do all their work on the books. You're not supposed to do that, but is what it is. And that income, it can't be counted. So there's a lot of things that are disqualifying people. We have residents that are being made to move or leave or put into a different trailer or go into a Habitat home if they can because of detention ponds. This property has functioned through floods for the last, 500 years. And when the flood came, there was no homes damaged from groundwater. Rainwater, yes, but there really was no damage done to any of the mobile homes that were up to standard of being higher than. I stood there and watched that water go through. Not a drop came in to anybody's homes that I'm aware of. So I just, ask as we move forward, because clearly we are going to move forward, that you keep listening to us and keep working with us to come to these solutions that maybe we haven't found yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy.
Hi, I'm Kathy Slurth, and I've lived at Ponderosa 20 years. I'm really feeling defeated with this process. The city and Trestle and all of those came in and said they wanted to hear what we had to say and cared, and they haven't. All they had was their plan, their original plan when they came in, and that's exactly what they've instated, what they planned before they even had anything to do with any of us. And I really feel that even some of these issues, like Kurt comes in and says, people have been moved to other homes. They have not. There's only one home that's been working on and being upgraded. Nobody's moved anywhere. The only people that have moved out because of this process. And so we really feel like we've been defeated. And that's all I have to say.
Oh, boy. Thank you. Susan.
Thank you. My name is Susan Lithgow. I'm the Executive Director of Flatirons Habitat for Humanity. I'm here this evening to lend my support for the Ponderosa annexation application. We're pleased to be working with the city and residents to provide permanently affordable homeownership opportunities as part of this stabilization project. I've been particularly impressed with the inclusive process city staff has implemented throughout this. To date, we at Habitat have met with over 25 families to help them get ready to apply for home ownership at Ponderosa through our program. We've pulled together below-rate market financing options and will provide silent second mortgages on our part up to 20% of the sales price of the home to facilitate home ownership with the lower-income applicants. Between the wide variety of affordable price points and our financing tools, we anticipate being able to serve a much lower AMI at Ponderosa than we are normally able to do in Boulder. With our standard 20% second mortgage and a minimum income annually of just over $17,000 a year, that is how low we can go with this project without having to look at anything beyond our regular program. No one's home or housing costs at the closing will exceed 40% of their monthly income. That's where these seconds come into play and other options we're looking at. We will have a rent option for folks who want into a fixed foundation home, but who for one reason or another may not qualify. Both we and our lenders are subject to federal mortgage laws, and so we do have to follow what is required with that. We look to accompany those opportunities with a 10-year option contract to purchase. If someone within that family in that 10-year period under some predefined and pre-established conditions is eligible for a mortgage in that 10 years, they'll have the opportunity to buy their home with some consideration for the rent that has been paid. The plan is thoughtfully designed with much resident input at Ponderosa and with an eye to the creation of a high-quality living environment for the future. Our sweat equity requirements are a great way to build strong community bonds among residents. Building each other's homes and attending our other educational workshops together throughout the process will take the close-knit community that exists today and make it even stronger for the long term. Those who choose to buy a fixed foundation home, and again, this is not a requirement for anyone, they will also build equity through home ownership. I believe this community will be a national example for the preservation of quality, affordable housing, and we are very excited to be a part of it. Thank you.
Yep, we have some questions.
Susan, thanks for coming tonight. So when you say that some folks may rent one of the new fixed foundation homes, but there'd be a 10-year option with some consideration for rents, or would they be building equity kind of contingent on eventually being able to purchase it?
Yeah, I can't, our attorney has advised against doing a quote-unquote rent-to-own lease. But we're looking at having a rental lease that stipulates typical things, but then having a separate contract that lays out exactly what that opportunity would look like. I'm assuming we have to work out a lot of details. I'm assuming it would include, you know, the price would not exceed whatever based on the city's program and what have you. And then I'd have to be looking at what percentage of that could be going toward that sales price at the point. So obviously 10 years in, there's going to be more money going towards the sales price of that home than 2 years in.
Okay, so details to be worked about, the percentages, amounts, and things like that, but some amount of equity building if you're able to eventually afford the home.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, it was Mary then, Lisa.
So thank you for coming out, Susan. The 10-year basis, what is that based on?
I can't make it an indefinite type of thing, and we're looking at within 10 years, in many of these households, there may be a child who is documented, say, or graduates and does, you know, school or whatever, and makes an income that qualifies them for a mortgage. So we're looking at what is a reasonable amount of time, and quite frankly, that's just kind of how we came up with it. It's not cast in stone, but I don't see us doing a significantly longer contract.
Would limiting it to 10 years disqualify anybody from potentially buying? Okay, so that's one piece of it. The other piece of it is, you mentioned that as low as you can go is 17,000. Does that disqualify anyone?
As low as we can go with our standard program. We're in conversations with Kurt and his team around what can we do and what other vehicles can we go with this silent second, basically, to increase the 20% that Habitat will do automatically. So I don't, you know, if someone, I see us being able to work with everyone there. As I say, we've met with 24, 25 residents so far. Only one family does not meet the requirements, and it's not an income thing. It's a documentation deal. So out of that, we're confident that we can work with everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about what percentage, do we know, in the park now are going to have documentation issues?
I've been trying to figure that out. And like I said, of the 25 we've met with, only one. Because it doesn't have to be both members of a family who have to be documented. If someone has an income and they are documented, the other, you know, the spouse or whatever, doesn't necessarily have to be. So I really don't know. But based on what we're looking at, you know, with roughly a third of the folks having visited with, we've only run into one so far.
Well, with all due respect, then there's 2/3 that we still don't know about.
Right.
So, and they might likely be the people that don't qualify, so haven't come forward yet.
Possibly. Thus, and there's, you know, if someone is not documented, there are avenues for them to qualify for a mortgage. They can do it using an ITIN number. The problem we've got is no one's using it properly. And you can't let them expire, and you do have to file taxes. And none of us in the loan origination business can issue a mortgage if we don't have that. So that's why we've come up with this rental option. And until we get into folks actually coming and meeting with us and knowing for sure what's going on, because I'm not getting it from the law school either. I really can't get a gauge on how many people are going to fit into this category until we've had an opportunity to meet with everyone who wants to. But, but we've created this rental opportunity for those who are in that category. And basically, Habitat will take out a mortgage on these homes and rent them back to the residents with this other side agreement.
And of the 25, minus one, when you said we're going to be able to work with everybody can qualify for rental or qualify for home ownership?
Home ownership.
So 24 of the 25 can buy. All right, so we had two folks come speak to us about wanting to make sure that Latinos would have the opportunity for home ownership. Can we talk a little bit about what that's based on? Is that the concern about the other two-thirds maybe feel like they're not going to be able to qualify, or?
Well, a number of the families we have met with to date are Latino. In fact, I would say that's more than the non-Latino families there who have come and met with us. There's only so much legally I can do on the home ownership side. The broadest I can go is this opportunity of rent with an option to purchase. And that's about all I can do. We can't do everything, but I think that's extending an opportunity for folks that, quite frankly, they're not going to get anywhere else.
Okay. Aaron?
Yeah, so we heard from one of the residents who said they're not able to get an estimate of how much they would owe for a home.
We have the home prices, we have the calculations when they meet with us now. We didn't have them a few months ago. We have had them for the last couple of months. May I speak? What we are working with the city, and these meetings will start in January, is we're working out which homes someone will qualify for. We have to follow the city's requirements on how many bedrooms does a one-person household qualify for versus a five-person household. But we have, and it was in the planning board presentation, we have the listing of what we're pricing, anticipating a couple years from now. Each of the housing models we now have we have the formula with up to 20%. So when we start meeting with everyone who is interested in January, we will be able to look at them. I'm going through this week or next, and putting in, based on the most recent survey, what I think someone will qualify for and what probably the minimum or maximum price of home that they will qualify for based on their self-reported income. The other problem we run into is self-reported income. Nobody knows what they make, and so far everyone is making less than they're reporting for the most part when we actually document it with paperwork. And so we're going off the self-reported survey because that's what we have to work with right now. When those meetings start in January, we will be able to say, you have a family of 5, we really think you should probably be looking at a 3-bedroom house. Here is what we can do for you. And the other part of this is then going back to Kurt's team and being able to say, I think we're going to need additional subsidies of this, and this to be able to make it work for these families based on their self-reported incomes, if there needs to be additional subsidy in that silent second.
So in other words, in a few months, people will be able to pin these numbers down. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think most people have asked my question. I was curious about, you had worked already with 25 families, and as I understand it, there right now is about 67, but 11 of those individuals have moved out, so we're down to 56. And at least the speakers who have come up here tonight are very concerned about being pushed out. And I guess I'm curious as to whether we have looked at some other kind of metric than AMI, what was that guy's name, Cam, who came up, so that it is somewhat disconcerting, pushing people out, and then knowing or anticipating that the AMI of this community, in order for it to work, is going to have to increase over time. And so the people who can afford to live there today won't be able to live there in 10 years or so. And I guess that's what's...
They'll have a 30-year fixed mortgage.
Yeah, but
that won't
if they
change.
have a mortgage, but if they're not being able to get a mortgage, then they're subjected to rent. And I think that's the issue right now. People own their homes. They pay a lot rent. But anyway.
Can I address that with questions at the very end?
Yep.
Thank you.
What I will say on the AMI is, as Habitat for Humanity, my covenant with Habitat International requires me to work with the AMI. So if I'm going to be doing home ownership with folks, I don't have a choice but to work within the AMI requirements of HUD.
Right, but you don't set the AMI, so right now...
No, Habitat International tells me what I can do in terms of the... I can work with... I can't work with a 200% AMI family.
No, I understand that. I guess my point is we have people who are less than 30% AMI, and I guess I'm wondering what their future is at Ponderosa.
They can be in a home ownership situation.
Okay.
$17,000 a year is a pretty low AMI. The smallest house at 60% AMI with a 20% subsidy, which means nothing more than what I normally do, they'll qualify.
Okay.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maria. Is Maria here?
Di tu nombre primero.
Soy María.
I'm Maria.
Pues mucho gusto en conocerlos.
It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Yo tengo mucho tiempo viviendo en La Poderosa.
I've been living in Ponderosa for a long time.
Y pues estoy muy a gusto. Ahí
And I'm very happy there.
Y me gusta mucho vivir ahí.
And I love to live there.
Y pues yo no sé hablar mucho, así como
I'm not a good speaker,
habla toda la gente, pero
like everybody else.
quiero decirles que
But I want to
que
say
muchas gracias por
thank
todo.
you for everything.
Y ojalá y se cumpla todo lo que ustedes nos prometen.
Hopefully, everything that you're promising, we can attain.
Y thank you.
Thank you. Paul.
Hi, everybody. I'm Paul, and I'm a resident at Ponderosa. 50-ish. I'm a carpenter in town. I've been in the area for 27 years, in town for 25. I've lived at the park for 23 years now. I'd like to thank everybody for all the work that everyone's done. I think for the most part, the intentions are good. I think a lot of people will have a lot of great things out of the plan if we just continue to ask the same questions that everyone's asking here. I'd like to also thank you for asking the question about existing homes. I'm a person in the park that has lived in the same home, a 1959 mobile home with a couple additions built on. I've been a carpenter and do a lot of remodels, and when, instead of throwing the stuff out, I can bring it back, and it's really nice, you know, I can use it in my house. And so yeah, not the usual equity, you know, not the usual home. It might not pass a lot of codes, but I mean, it's fireproof, it has drywall, it has plenty of insulation, you know, my brand new furnace, my bills are real low in the winter, and that's, so I'm mostly concerned in the park about, I guess the idea of conservation is what I'm mostly concerned about, conserving the resources that are there already. Because there's been a lot of talk about the building of the new homes, and there's a lot of people who could really use a new home, and who, you know, if they qualify, they deserve it. And but there's also a lot of resources there that, you know, there's a lot of people like me that have lived there for years and years and upgraded and kept up their houses. And this was the first meeting that I've heard where it's been mentioned programs to upgrade existing trailers. So for that, I thank you, because I guess you brought it up the last meeting. I missed the last meeting on television. But I appreciate that, and I hope that the direction of the plan would steer more in that direction. I think it might be, I don't know, it might be half and half between the people that want to just age in place and stay in their existing homes, and the people that want to move into new places. And in that case, it's imperative that we focus, you know, on some of these resources that we already have. It looks like I have 5 seconds, but I'd also maybe like to recommend, you know, maybe leave the streets in the direction that they are already, would save some money in the plan. Maybe use porous material for the streets, and maybe that would alleviate some floodplain issues. That's about all I can think of. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Lynn?
Nah.
Introduce yourself.
Lynn Siegel. Nah. As if we don't have enough homeless people in this town, and we have to go to the lowest end housing and upgrade it to, and densify it to. I mean, if you really want to think about doing more affordable, you could put all these mobile homes out at Diagonal or somewhere where the land's not so valuable. Now, Kurt says that the land is not going to be, there's not going to be property tax on the land. But I hear this gal here, $500 some that she's paying, and she's going to be paying $1,200 more. She's paying $500 something for her lot. You know, connected houses in Boulder, condos, have HOA fees. There's some at Washington that are $800 some a month. This is not affordable. This is, I'm not voting for your thing, Bob and Sam, for your permanently affordable. It's encumbering the city with a debt of $10 million. If we go into a downturn where, you know, our bond rating will go down. And it's a nice thought. It's a good idea, but the wrong people are paying. You know, I can't get someone to work on my furnace, and my fan's running full-time since October 15th. People don't do that anymore. They're young professionals. In Boulder, you can't, Leap told me, you can't, for any amount of money, get people to work on your stuff. Leave these people alone. You know, I mean, look at my house. My siding's melting. You know, one of my rooms, the window's going to come out eventually. You know, but I'm holding steady in my place, right on the margin of Mapleton Hill. Because I don't trust this economy, and I don't trust, and I get what they don't trust. don't vote for this. Sorry, Kurt.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing. So Kurt, I think we have some questions for you. Where to begin? I guess, can you, obviously there's a lot of concern about how this is going to play out for people that live there. And I guess, can you talk to me about the other, if 25 people have been spoken to, what about the rest? And on the assurances that we will figure out a way to make sure that everybody has a path.
Sure.
To live in there.
Yeah, so I'll try to weave Lisa's question into that as well. So there was a concern about the AMIs and the AMIs going up. However, as Susan correctly said, once you get into a mortgage, that mortgage doesn't go up by much. The increment would be based on their property taxes on their home. That would be the increase. So the AMI isn't really an impact on the residents once they move in. It will be an impact on the second purchaser, because it will be relative to 60% of the area median income. So the 25 residents that Habitat has met with, they've met with them.
Can I actually, though, before you leave the AMI thing, I'm sorry to interrupt, but so that's the folks who own their home. What about the renters? Is their rent based at all on the AMI?
Yeah, within our rental program within the city, the rent is based on the AMI.
So the folks who are renting in they will be affected. How would they? So the rent will go up based on AMI levels?
That would be correct, yes.
Yeah.
And as you'll see in all the manufactured home parks in the city, pad rents do go up. I think we've seen them go up a little bit higher than AMI.
Yep.
Yeah, and sorry, but is that rent on the new homes as well as the pad rent? They'd both be based on AMI?
Yeah, our thought for sustainability reasons is that we would not raise pad rents. We haven't raised pad rents since we purchased the property. They wouldn't be raised until the infrastructure was completed. So it's probably about 4 years before pad rents would go up.
So we heard the first speaker say that there had been 1 year when the AMI went up 10%.
That's correct.
Okay, and what was the response to that? Was it to raise rents on affordable housing by 10%, or how was that handled?
No, so I'm trying to recall, but I think the average rent went up that was last year, actually. That was in 2018. I believe rents across all of our partners went up an average of, I think it was 3.5%. The highest of any of the partners went up 6%. However, there was 2 years prior to that where the MI actually didn't go up. 1 year it went down, rents didn't go up at all for 2 years. And so that's how you get averages of about 2% a year.
I see. And so when there is a blip in the AMI, you're not required by any HUD rules to follow it.
That's correct.
May go up above the 2% average.
Yeah, and none of our partners that own affordable housing in the city would go up by 10% because it would actually impact people moving out of their affordable homes, which actually has a bigger impact on their financial sustainability.
Great, thank you.
The other thing that I'll mention around the so by owning a home, they're also going to have appreciation of about 2% a year as well, while their payments are not going up.
So, Kurt, I understand that it's not like BHP's practice doesn't necessarily go up by the AMI, right? So when it went up 10%, they went up, I don't know, 2 or 3%, right? So, but can we get any reassurances into this, whether it's the annexation agreement or other kinds of things, to say that while it's broadly based on AMI, you know, if AMI goes up by 20%, we wouldn't raise rents by 20%? Like, is there any mechanism to give some reassurance on something like that?
Well, I mean, we don't like to have different rules on how things are implemented for different projects. So typically, I mean, the logical thing would be for it to come under the regulations of our affordable rental projects in the city. It's very difficult for us to regulate when we have different deals for different projects.
Do we have any similar rules for other affordable rentals? Or?
They're all consistent. I mean, all of our affordable rentals are consistent in their regulations across the city.
Well, my question was, are there any restrictions on anything about if AMI goes up, we won't necessarily track it in our other projects?
No, there's not.
All right, thank you.
However, on our affordable home ownership program, the highest the AMI can go on the price of the home is a maximum of 3%.
For home ownership, right?
Is 3% a year.
But we're talking about rentals.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Wait, is that something we could fix or add?
Yes, we've explored that. The other challenge with it is a high percentage of our affordable rental in the city is financed through low-income housing tax credits. And so when you start limiting that, it has an impact on how those are financed as well. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, are you done, Aaron?
Kurt, I just wanted to ask a general question about Sharissa, and was it Susan over here? Let me see. Kathy, the questions that they asked, how do you respond to something like that? This is something that I'm sure the council members, unless they know more than I do, this is something of great concern, that someone who's been living there can now no longer be able to afford to live there.
So I would say that I disagree with that. The premise of how we started looking at this project is that moving into a Habitat home will be no more expensive than what they're paying now for housing. The average person is paying $775 a month for their housing. And so we've based it on if they can afford $775 now, and all of them do pay their rent on time, they have for a long period of time, they should be able to continue to pay that same amount for housing.
And that's all that it will go up, is what their current price is, or what their current rent is?
For some. There's also people in the community that make 90% of the area median income. They're not going to have the same benefits of a silent second, and so their payments actually would be higher.
So what does that do to them? I mean, they just have the choice of either paying higher if they have the wherewithal to do so, or else they're out?
So they would have a higher mortgage, but they would also own 100% of their home at the time that the mortgage is paid off.
And this has been, and you have communicated these things clearly with these folks. So
Yes.
that- yes.
I've given you handouts that I received at meetings.
Teresa,
They gave them to me.
I know. I know you want to talk, okay, but you were going to answer the 25-person question, and then Aaron started off on AMI, and
Yep,
I
let me
want
do
to make
that
sure we
first.
get back to that, but if you want to talk about this? Okay, eventually, carry on.
So I guess, back when I got on council, I'd asked that we could ask residents questions. And so I don't want to get into a huge community discussion because obviously you guys have had mass amounts of those. But some of these residents have been at like every single one of these meetings, which obviously when you care about an issue, that's why you're here. So kind of off of what Cindy's going on, I guess I'd like to, I believe what you're saying, but I believe what they're saying. So it's really hard up here as a decision maker because this is heartbreaking, but then you guys talk and it's like, oh, wow, okay, that makes sense. So, I mean, if there's one of you that could come up and just, from what Habitat has said and what Kurt has said, what are we missing? What has not been answered for you, if you could sum it up in like 2 sentences or?
Okay, wait, you can't speak from there. Well, no, but we're going to have somebody come up.
One of you to come up and just help me out here, because I'm really having a hard time on what to make here, because something's off. So if you guys want to discuss for a second who wants to answer this, that's fine, but that would help me as a decision maker.
So before that, I'll just say that this is documented in an annexation agreement, which is what we're here to talk about tonight. These things are documented in the annexation agreement.
Sure, and I'm trying to understand what they're not connect, you know, it seems like there's a disconnect.
Yep.
And so I just would like to know what they haven't answered yet that we can try and ask so that it can be answered and hopefully make you feel more comfortable and, you know, if we move forward with this. So,
okay,
can that happen just for a minute?
Sure, but somebody has to come to the microphone. Can you just be as specific with your question?
Yeah, I just want like a minute of what are we missing? What aren't we asking? What have we not gotten down in brass tacks for you yet?
Tina wants to talk, and then I'll come up.
If I can't answer something, she can step up and answer it. Okay. So there's one point that kind of hasn't been addressed. So the Habitat homes, we're told that if they build them, or when they build them, if nobody in Ponderosa wants them, or I think can't get into them at that time, they can't wait. They're going to fill those homes. Okay, so at some point, it's going to be very limited to how many homes are left if they start letting people from outside the community get into these homes. So let's say maybe, you know, I can't qualify right now, but maybe I can in 5 years. Maybe I'll want to in 5 years. But now there's, or maybe it's been 10 years. Now there's no houses left, they're gone, because how are they gonna wait 10 or 15 or 20 years for people in Ponderosa to wanna switch over?
But you'd still be allowed to stay in your home during that time, correct? This is just if you wanted to upgrade into a...
Right, but we do have issues with if you wanna stay in your home, okay? Most of the mobile homes that are there are pre-HUD, which is pre-1976, so there was no code before then. So let's say I want to put a roof on my mobile home because it's going to extend the life of my mobile home for the next, 25 years. It's going to make a huge difference. I'd have to get a permit for that. And when they come, they could start flagging other things that are not up to code, which could just cause a domino effect. And then I don't know what happens after that. So, I mean, we've also been told, so that leaves us with, okay, you can stay in your mobile home, but you really can't keep fixing it. And if we see you doing that, we're gonna out you on it. Okay. So that's an issue.
Okay.
That was the one thing that I didn't get to touch base on when I was up here.
Okay.
Is there any other questions?
No, that's what I'm trying to get down and understand here, so we can get the issue figured out.
And I have a question, and I can't remember if you're the person who was saying it, the comparison of the price that people are getting for selling their mobile homes on the western slope as opposed to here.
Oh, so the western slope, I'll use Steamboat Springs because that's one of the cities that have done it. They bought an aging mobile home park. I think it's just as old as ours. And the first thing they did was they found the money through the water authority to fix the infrastructure. Then they sold it back to the residents because those residents in that park are kind of like the backbone of the tourist industry in that town. So that's what's happening elsewhere, but I feel like we are the same. We're, working hard, working class, not that you guys aren't, I'm just saying, we're hard working too, yeah. Did that answer your question?
Great, those are two helpful questions that we will continue to ask then.
Okay.
And is there any?
No, that clears it up, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm trying to figure out where our disconnect is right now, so.
No, I'm glad I could help, yeah, because
Thanks.
I didn't get to say anything about that.
Okay.
So, thank you.
So Kurt, can you come back up here and clarify the pre-HUD, can you can you fix your home if you want to stay in the existing trailer for 25 years? Can you do it? Are you gonna, you can?
Yes, in fact, the situation now is no different than it was in the county. If you do work on your mobile home in the county that requires a permit, you need to get a permit. So that relationship with permits is no different under the city than it is under the county.
But how about the additional hoops, non-conforming?
Well,
Red flags.
specifically, no, if someone comes in to inspect for one thing and they see something else, then do they then flag that?
Right.
Well, if it's a health and safety thing, yeah.
Well,
But there's also just non-conforming. I mean, there's things that maybe aren't health and safety that just aren't conforming. So are they going to get slammed with a whole list of other things that now they have to go? I mean, just basically what she's saying is that going to happen? Or are they just going to go in and look at the roof and say, here's your permit? Or we don't know.
So if we can use the roofing example, when you go in to get a permit for a roof, there's not a prior inspection to that. They will inspect your roof at the time of the completion or during the construction of your roof. In that situation, they won't go inside your home. If they notice health and safety items with any building in the city, they will note those and address them.
And then it'll be the residents' responsibility to fix those then?
That's correct. Which is currently how it exists in the county.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have some other questions unless it's on this pre-HUD thing.
So
Okay.
can I address the 25 families that you were asking?
Yeah, and we also want to ask the park ownership thing, but I think we're not done with pre-HUD yet.
Right, so, and maybe this is a question for Tom. So I don't know how many years ago, maybe 9 or sometime back, maybe 5, we had a case where somebody was being evicted for his pre-HUD home over in Vista Village and had fixed it up. And so we made a whole set of legislation that allowed for that home to be inspected and to be checked out, and as long as it met all of the qualifications, they could resell their home. Did that also address moving their home at all?
No, I think.
Do you remember? It was just
in the park.
on site. And so I guess, so thank you. So one question I have for you is that as this park gets developed and new roads and infrastructure comes in, there's going to be homes that are in the way, I assume. I mean, I guess you have a plan on how you're...
There's 3. Additional roads would only be put in, there's one road that runs east-west that's contingent upon the development of the site. That would only go in if the appropriate homes moved in the future.
So my question is, if you have to move one of these pre-HUD homes and the resident of that, or the owner of that pre-HUD home doesn't want to sell their home, but you need their lot in order to basically implement the infrastructure, how are you going to do that? Or do you have exceptions for pre-HUD 1976 homes, or?
Again, we only have 3 homes in that fit the category
That are
described.
pre-HUD?
Well, no, that are in the way of infrastructure.
That might be in the way.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have 2 questions pending. Can we go back to
I have
them?
another question, too.
Okay.
So the one question was about the qualifications of the 25 families that Habitat met with. So they met with families over the last year, people that had questions about how Habitat works. They did sort of a pre-financial review of their situation. The majority of those families were Latino. Roughly half the residents in Ponderosa are Latino families. I would say that they probably met with 3/4 of the Latino families. And I have met with 25 of the Latino families, which is probably all but maybe 2 or 3 of the families. Through that process, we only found 1 resident that didn't qualify for documentation reasons. Typically, each of the families will have 1 resident over 18 who is documented. And from a financial standpoint, Habitat didn't find that those families didn't qualify.
That's good to hear. What about the others?
So we've done 2 surveys. One was shortly after the park was purchased about 2 years ago. It was a self-reported income. And then the survey we did a couple months ago was also self-reported. So that's basically the data that we have now, with the data of the families that Habitat has met with. That gives us a pretty close picture of what the incomes are, but we won't really know until we start, until Habitat starts meeting with the families on a full process. It's also worth noting that when Habitat meets with a family, that's a process. It's not one meeting. They'll have to bring, proof of income and, proof of, debts that they have, and it's really looking at their full financial picture. But again, the starting point is creating a solution where their housing payments are similar to what their housing payments are now.
Okay. And just, you said it, but I want to make sure I heard it right. Other than 1 entity with documentation issues, there's nobody that we are aware of that won't be able to qualify for home ownership should they choose it.
That's correct.
Okay.
And if I can just add to that, and there might be a period of time that they need to wait until they can qualify.
That's correct.
In which case, that should happen within the period of 10 years.
Yes.
And until then, they can either stay in their current mobile home or rent.
That's correct.
Okay, and then the park issue. Is there a reason why the steamboat thing, I should be more precise, where the city purchases and then sells it back to the homeowners doesn't work here? I mean, I know you looked at it, so can you explain to us?
Yeah, for a couple of reasons. First of all, the Steamboat project is owned by the Housing Authority. But I think by and large, as a city and leadership, we generally support the idea of ownership. There's 2 reasons I'll give around that relate to that specifically for Ponderosa. One was that, if you remember the slide that I showed that showed all the conflicts, and so there's really a conflict with maintaining it as a mobile home community. In order to do that, we would have to move out probably 20 to 25 mobile homes and shift the homes that are there.
Oh, because of they're
Right.
too close because
Yeah.
of fire.
So if we want to have, a community of 40 mobile homes, then that's an option. So that's sort of a starting point. The other is, I would wager to say if you went to the Poplar Project and asked people if they own their home, they would all say that they own their home. There's really no difference in how you experience owning your home under a land lease and others under single lots. We also looked at single lots. The problem with that is that reduces the density significantly because of all the side yard setbacks, and you end up with 30 single-family homes. So that's the process of elimination that got us to the approach.
Okay, that's very helpful.
Yeah.
Cindy has a question.
That was what I was after, Suzanne.
Okay.
Those things.
I have a question with that. So I guess it doesn't surprise me to hear that in Steamboat that the Housing Authority owns the land. Is there anything significantly different from that project versus what you're looking at with BHP eventually owning the land versus what the resident-owned community, the large national organization that helps mobile park residents buy or acquire somehow through some mechanism the land. That's what I said, yeah, rock. And so talk about that pure model. I mean, I know it's not what Steamboat's doing, but there are models that have that. And do they usually involve the housing authority or some nonprofit in that process besides Rock?
Okay, so a couple things. So first of all, the manufactured home communities like in Steamboat and some of those other places, if you look at those, they typically have larger lots. They're not as, this is even dense for a mobile home community along the Front Range. Most of them, even in our Boulder community, have much larger, sort of lots. So that allows it to continue as a mobile home community and still meet regulatory requirements. So typically the ROC model, housing authorities are typically not involved with that. And a nonprofit would be set up to own the land, and the residents are sort of shareholders in that. Because again, they're not separate lots. It's still homes sitting on one large lot. So they're shareholders in a larger. So essentially, this is the same thing. It's really about what creates affordability. And in this situation, they get the benefit of owning their home without having to pay for land. The land is essentially free to the project.
All right. And then one final question. What will the resident leadership look like? So I believe in Mapleton Mobile Home Park, it is a HOA. I don't think they pay too much into the HOA per se, but it is the vehicle by which they express their input to Thistle.
Right.
So what's the plan here for how the residents will talk with Habitat for Humanity and eventually BHP? So what's the governance and input structure from the residents?
Sure. So what we heard fairly clearly from the residents a couple years ago is that they didn't want an HOA. And that was another reason for going in this direction. So it would be, the property itself would be managed similar to any other BHP property. So there would be a management function that takes care of the landscaping and the snow removal and those types of things. So they would go directly to BHP with any concerns they would have.
So I guess in BHP properties, it seems to me like there is some attempt to do a property-centric kind of, I don't know if it's a leadership group or exactly what it is, but you look at the one, I'm forgetting, but it's over near 30th Street that has the central facility where they do like after-school programs and so on. So will there be any formal, like will BHP, do you expect, set up a resident leadership team? And there's this long transition to BHP anyway, so how's that going to be handled? Because it's been a good engagement process so far. How will that continue? Because I'm sure there will be issues during the transition.
Yeah, so I don't want to speak for BHP. However, at the properties like you've described, BHP puts a lot of effort into bringing in other community benefits, like the Dream Foundation or food programs or health programs, and bringing actually those partnerships from the community available to the residents. So BHP does an outstanding job with that, and we see benefit. In fact, we've actually started some of those benefits at Ponderosa already this summer. There was some of the programs we're running out there.
Can I just jump back and address back to what she was saying with if she decides she wants to buy a house in 10 or 15 years or qualifies at that time, obviously people will be living in those. So, but she would have the opportunity, let's say someone was moving out, that she could then buy one of those, but it may not be that there is an empty one waiting for her. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
But at some point, you could turn in your trailer to get a house built,
Absolutely.
but you just might not have a place to stay while that was happening.
Yeah, I mean, the process now as it's set up is for people to move no more than once. So they can move from their existing mobile home, into a fixed foundation home. We really wanted a process where people didn't have to move multiple times, because we saw that with other mobile home communities, and it wasn't a great outcome.
Well, oh, go ahead.
So if she did qualify then in 10 or 15 years, obviously she'll have to move twice, but she could go stay somewhere else, have that house built.
Yes.
And then move back into the same lot even.
Yeah, and I think it's unlikely that just the way the staging of this entire project is going to roll out, that every lot is going to be built on at some point until the very end. There's going to be vacant lots because homes have to be built sort of in pairs or in fours or something like that. So until the project is entirely done, it's unlikely there would be unavailable lots.
Right. Just to clarify on that, because there'll be, occasionally there'll be attrition, right? And
Yes.
that somebody moves out or moves in. So while if you wanted to get a new home in 10 years, you might not be able to do it in a month or two.
Sure.
But probably within a year or two, the opportunity would open
Yes.
up as kind of things generally moved along, right?
That's correct.
Is that fair?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Without having to move twice.
Can you say that again?
So just that over time, the idea is that there'll be opportunities for building the fixed foundation homes gradually over time, and as people move out or other opportunities open up, so that in 10 years, if you wanted to get a fixed foundation home, you might not be able to do it right away, but probably within a year or two, as things continue to develop, you would have the opportunity then, and to do it without having to move twice. Probably, you don't know exactly how long it would take, but it's good.
Well, and just to clarify, I don't want to make this harder, but if you want to build a duplex here, but the person that has a trailer there wants to stay for 20 years, that also means that, but.
That's correct.
And so that's just the way it is.
Yeah,
And we're
and
going
that's
to honor
part of
that.
our commitment to allowing them to stay in their mobile homes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do we control that, or does Habitat? How's that going to work?
The resident controls it.
Well, okay, but let's just say it gets muddy. Who do they go to if they feel like they're not being heard? Is it to you, or is it to Habitat?
It wouldn't be Habitat.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that the route back to council is clear.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's why it's documented in an annexation agreement.
Okay, cool. So just so that the buck stops with council if something goes awry.
That's
Okay.
correct.
What other questions? Are we about ready? Yeah.
So Kurt, just two final questions. There was a line of questioning about the health and safety fixes.
Yes.
And you gave the example of the roof. And you said that if they did come out and found some health and safety issues, that they would need to fix them.
Yes.
Is it possible that there could be any cases in which the health and safety fixes would not be fixable? And if that happens, then what's the remedy?
So I think the remedy is our fund in our program in partnership with the county to repair mobile homes.
But if it's not, but if it can't be repaired?
Then the resident has to make choices, which is that's the same process whether we do this project or not.
Okay. And then my other question is, would there be cases in which, or under what cases would there be a situation where one of the new homes would go to someone outside the park when there are still people in the park that could qualify?
So the residents who live in Ponderosa have priority on any Habitat homes that are built.
So then is it safe to say that under no conditions would an outside individual have precedent or priority over someone who currently lives there, regardless of any period of time?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, well, we've had the public hearing, so does anybody want to jump to the mic?
Sure. I guess I'm going to start off by saying I really appreciate the engagement of the residents in this process. I mean, it has been immensely helpful in being able to shape what we wanted. I first sat down with Kurt perhaps 2.5 years ago and heard the initial sketch of the program, and it sounded pretty audacious to me. It sounded pretty interesting, but the part that sounded audacious was to be able to do it without requiring residents to move out of their current mobile homes. And so I think there's been a lot of effort to do two things here: to let residents understand what the program could look like with the help of Habitat, with the help of Boulder Housing Partners. There were opportunities for home ownership in a way that included not paying lot rent, but to acquire equity in the home itself. So in a different model than the current model of mobile home parks. And I think that has been a healthy dialogue, and the evolution that has come has been just a firm guarantee. You won't be forced to leave your home, even if it delays part of the project for many years. And that, I think, was not part of the first conversation that Kurt and I had. It was something that we came to realize was the only way to build trust, that not only were the intentions good, but that we're committed to making the outcomes good as well. And so, you know, I want to point out, Mary just explained to me that the federal poverty level is the same across the entire U.S., and so I went and looked up what the federal poverty levels are for different family sizes. Interestingly, for a family size of 2 or more, the federal poverty level starts at about $17,000 and goes up. So we will be serving the people who are at the federal poverty level and deeper in. You know, if it's a larger family and they can get a home that costs, that they can afford for an income of $17,000, we're going to be helping people that are below the federal poverty level. And I think that's really important to realize, is that what we're trying to do here is create home ownership opportunities for people who are relatively low in the spectrum of incomes. So I think that is a very noble goal. And I know that this has caused some fear, but I believe that, you know, I went for some of the one-on-one meetings that Kurt held, and I think it was very important for all of us on council to hear what the resident concerns are. And we, from here, and staff, I believe, are going to be really sincere in trying to address these. I do agree with one piece of testimony we heard tonight, that the floods did not wipe out the mobile homes themselves. But what I understand from conversations I've had since then is it did do damage to the infrastructure. And so that's one of the main concerns the county and the city shared with each other, which is that we weren't sure if the park stayed in the county and the infrastructure became more seriously damaged, what was going to happen, because it's on city infrastructure. And so we were able, I think, to work out this plan to spend taxpayer dollars to buy the land and land bank it. And this is what the city does well. Often when we land bank, there's something that will be torn down and something new will be built. In this case, we're going to try an evolution of what was on the ground when we bought it to something that we hope to be better for the residents and the community as a whole. So I appreciate you bearing with us. I do think the annexation is just the annexation, and the program itself, the mechanics of how it works, can be adjusted So one reason I asked the question about how will the community and the city keep each other informed about what's going on is because I think it's important that we keep this communication going. It doesn't end at the annexation. The annexation just means the land is technically within the city, but the implementation of the program goes through the Housing and Human Services Department, Habitat for Humanity, and Boulder Housing Partners, who are all pretty trusted partners with us. So I appreciate the work staff has done and the consultants on this. It's been a tough project for a lot of reasons, but our goal is to make it the best outcome that we can get and provide more affordability for the city of Boulder.
You want to make a motion?
Oh, yeah, I'd be happy to.
And then Mary.
Okay. I move that we adopt ordinance 8351, annexing the 6.29 acre enclave property with initial zoning classification of RM2. And I move that, shall I stop there, Tom, or shall I finish the?
You can just say the motion, so you can read them, Sam. It's your choice.
Okay, so I'll also move that we change the Boulder Valley Comp Plan land use map designation from manufactured housing and open space other to medium density residential.
Second.
I've said my part. Thank you.
Mary.
So, este proceso ha sido largo y ha requerido la confianza y paciencia de todos ustedes. This project has been a long one, a long road, and it's required your trust and faith in this process. And I think part of the reason for that was that right after the flood and this came before us, I believe it was 3 of us that are still here, Lisa and Suzanne and myself, gave direction to Kurt and staff and said that if they did not come up with a plan to prevent displacement of residents, we were not open to annexation. And so it was a challenge, and it was a very difficult challenge that I think is what has made this process so difficult. Because as the process evolved, there were ups and downs. And it's been a very creative and challenging road. And so things changed along the way. And things perhaps were said in the beginning that staff was forced to change because it did not meet. I would go so far as to say that it was because of the direction of no displacement. And because of that direction, I think we've landed here. And because of that direction, I think we lost your trust at some points. But I hope that also through some of the hard work that was put in by everyone at the city, staff especially, that we can gain it back. And if you're still not there with the trust piece, please continue to reach out, and we will do our best. And I think that this is the best possible thing that could have happened while not displacing people. And so while it's been a long and difficult road, I think that the alternative of not giving that direction would have disrupted many, many lives. And this is the best that we can do. And I think that this is pretty good. And like I said, if you still are not comfortable with this, please continue to reach out, and we'll continue to try and make it palatable and work for you. So I'm happy to support this annexation, and that moving forward, we'll continue to work together. So thank you.
Aaron?
Yeah, thank you for that, Mary. And I think we can make a commitment as a city to continue to work with you all, the residents there, to make sure that this works as best as possible for as many people as possible. You know, I've been to multiple community events at Ponderosa, and I've seen what a strong community there is there, and I've had a chance to talk to a number of you personally. And, you know, this is not the last step in the process by any means. We're going to be continuing to talk to you and work with you for a long time. And the no displacement thing means that this is going to be a really long project. I mean, it's going to take 20 years or something, who knows, a really long time. And that's to make sure that folks who want to stay in their current homes can. So it's going to be a long time of change, but to accomplish those goals that Mary was talking about. So I just had one thing to ask staff of. I was moved by a lot of the testimony from folks. One thing I just wanted to call out was for the folks in the Latino community who really want to make sure that they have a chance of home ownership. And it sounds like, you know, there might be ways that counseling and outside resources could help accomplish that. So if there are, you know, issues in terms of getting the needed forms, legal aid, things like that, I know CU has resources. I think you're familiar with all of these, but just want to make sure that we pull in the outside resources that might be necessary for families that are struggling to figure out how they could make that work, that maybe we can help them find a pathway to that. So.
The only thing I would add to this is I want to underscore what's been said is the engagement of the folks in this room and Ponderosa has really, I think, made this better. I guess to staff, I'll say, yeah, thank you. I also think that communication is clearly going to be really important, and having a liaison that people trust and can readily contact whenever there's confusion, or, hey, I heard this, or you know, that I think is very important, given that it sounds like some people have moved out because they were worried about some of the unknowns. So I guess I think we just need to put a priority there. And I guess I'll just also notice is there's a lot of change happening out in the world, and so the comparison isn't, hey, let's keep it how it is, or let's do this path we're taking. There's a lot of change that's going to happen if we don't take this path. And I think trying to shape the path to maintain the community and all the great qualities of Ponderosa by going on the offense here is a real step forward, because otherwise, absent that, things just get more expensive, and the community doesn't necessarily stay together that way either. So I guess, yeah, I like what you said about trust. I understand this is a hard road to go, but we're going it together, and please know that the door is open. Some of us are leaving, but those who are staying on council will be there to help shepherd this along. Want to say anything?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to my colleagues' statements, except that I've lived up in this neighborhood for a long time, and I've seen changes. And in our packet tonight, in the kind of introduction, they talked about different attempts to maybe have a resident-owned community or sell the community. But the community is a strong and resilient one, but it hasn't been without some turmoil. I think Mary's, your comment about trust is one that I think is important, and this will be an iterative process. And I think it would be good to have somebody, I don't know, put this on the next council, but somebody who is on council who could help be a liaison between the residents and Habitat and in the future BHP. I think one of the things I want to make sure is that the Latinos feel like they have an opportunity for home ownership. And I want to make sure that there is not displacement. And I understand that that is not the intention, and so I don't think that's going to happen. I think people just have to move forward. I think this is going to be better than where we are right now, and I'm going to support it. So I think it's good, and I think it will be iterative. So just, you have to keep in contact with council members.
So I just wanted to say, thank my colleagues for their comments. I don't really have anything to add except my thanks as well to all involved, but to Cam back there from the Legal Center, who came forward with, I think, some really good suggestions that I'm appreciative of someone coming in and trying to move us along in terms of helping with affordability in this way. And I hope he continues as well, and that our staff listens to see if some of these things might not work.
Okay.
Okay, this is a roll call vote. We start with Councilmember Yates.
Yes. Aye.
Young.
Yes. Whoops. Yes, and C.
Brockett.
Aye.
Carlisle.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Morzell.
Yes.
Nagel.
Aye.
Weaver.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thanks again to everyone for being here.
Yeah, and just another thank you to staff. I know you've worked incredibly hard for a very long time, and there's a lot of work left to do, as well to our consultants like Trestle Group and Marina and our translator, and so many people have done so much good work on this, so thank you.
Yeah, and I'd just add that how you've threaded this needle has been quite creative and very effective. And as Mary pointed out, when this first came to us, we didn't want to have any displacement of the residents, and that's just added to another one of the complexities, but I'm glad that we haven't forced anybody out at this point. So thank you to everybody.
Okay, your next public hearing, second reading of ordinance 8356, general provisions for tax compliance.
We understand this is very straightforward.
I hope so.
Boring. And you can tell us as little as we need to know.
All right. Good evening, Council. My name is Joel Wagner. I'm the Tax and Special Projects Manager here at the city. Tonight's brief presentation is regarding a recommendation to approve Ordinance 8356, which amends the general provisions for tax compliance in the revenue section of the code. In May of this year, city staff began implementation for a new sales tax system. This system will have significant improvements for both taxpayers and city staff, including an enhanced user experience, improved online portal, greater automation, and better tools to support collections and audit functionality for city staff. This also presented us with an opportunity to review and align the code with best practices learned through our own work and that of our system and our colleagues in other cities, state law, and also improve processes, practices, and codify some longstanding practices. Just to be clear, what is not changing tonight are tax policies or anything that affects what is taxable or not taxable within the city of Boulder. We're simply recommending some changes to clarify general administrative type of provisions. So on to those changes. There are 4 recommended amendments in this ordinance. The first is to allow city staff to deny a license if the proposed activity is not allowed with any provision of the Boulder Revised Code. Currently, the Revenue Code only gives us the ability to deny a license if it violates the planning, the land use code, which results in a potential conflict where we have to approve a business license, but then turn around and fine or penalize a business because they're conducting activities that are not approved in other provisions of the code. We're also recommending an amendment to limit the license term for business licenses to 2 years. Our licenses currently don't expire, and that results in a lot of old stale accounts that require a lot of staff time to review and collect contact information and figure out if they're still operating. And the last two changes are really pretty administrative and actually to the benefit of taxpayers. One is to align the due date for taxpayers to respond to a final demand and notice with that of staff's ability to start collections actions. So the current code says taxpayers have to respond within 20 days. We don't actually start collections activities until 30 days. So we're extending that opportunity to respond and pay the final demand to 30 days. And then finally, we're simplifying or requesting that we simplify the penalty and interest provisions of the code. The current provisions have some confusing and not necessarily conflicting, but different situations for sales tax versus use tax when it comes to calculation of interest. It also includes a concept of a penalty interest on penalties for late filing. We're recommending that we amend that so that penalties and interest align across all types of tax, so 10% penalty for late filing, including, and then 1% interest per month for any late filing or underpayment. I will note that the one place where we haven't recommended a change is penalties and interest related to fraud with attempt to avoid paying taxes. So very briefly, we've been doing outreach since June of this year. We included inserts in tax returns as well as comments printed on the tax returns. We sent about 13,000 emails to contacts, met with local business groups, including the ones listed here on the slide, which I'm not going to read, held an open house on September 10th before one of our council meetings, which surprisingly was not very well attended. The comments are in your packets that we've received. We had really essentially only 2 comments on any of the proposed revisions, and they were both related to the 2-year license term. We've taken that and kind of built that into our communications plan. So if council approves this recommendation, we'll be sure that we have a written and email outreach to taxpayers before that first license expiration date, which will be December 31st, 2021. And with that, the requested motion is to approve Ordinance 8356, amending the general provisions of the code, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Let me commend you on your memo, which was very clear.
And concise.
Yeah. Always a plus. But no, it made a lot of sense. So these seem very straightforward. Does anybody have any questions?
So I'll make a motion.
But no, hang on.
Oh, do we have a public?
No one has signed up.
No one's signed up to speak? Okay, we will open and then close the public hearing. Okay?
Yeah.
Take it away.
So I move to approve Ordinance 8356, amending Chapter 317, setting a 2-year term for business licenses, making the date for payment of penalty and interest assessments consistent within the chapter.
Second.
So I think this is great. Clarity, concision, making everything sort of consistent for the people in the community who have to do these kinds of things.
Yeah, and I'll just add, in your memo, you noted that there were a certain percentage of people who, or a certain number who haven't been paying their taxes, and so maybe it'll come to light a little easier.
Yeah, the new system will definitely help us focus more on those type of activities than just moving paper. And we're
So
really
that's
excited
great.
about that.
Yeah, thank you.
Extend to national leadership. Sorry. Little tax joke. Okay.
Okay, we start with Councilmember Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Carlisle.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Morzell.
Yes.
Nagel.
Aye.
Weaver.
Aye.
Yates.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
You get an award. That was,
Yes.
We like those kind of things.
yep.
Your first call-up check-in tonight is a site review for 1665 33rd Street.
Okay, I think on this one, we're gonna Did we have a little presentation, or should we just ask you questions?
If we already watched the planning board.
Hi, Charles Farrell, Planning Department. We don't have a presentation prepared, but we're prepared to answer questions.
Okay. So,
So I have a question.
okay, Cindy, start
I'll
us off.
start off, and Lisa, I don't think this was covered in the planning board, was it? Definitions, I sent in an email. Charles, I think you may have seen it. If you would just address that, please, about the definition of congregate care versus.
So that we actually have a slide prepared for, so we'll pull that up. Yeah.
Super.
So I think there is a difference in what you were asking. One was about the zoning definition, and then I think you had a question about the affordable housing aspect.
No, it was about the affordable housing.
Okay, in that case, I think probably Kurt would be the best person.
In terms of congregate care versus senior affordable housing.
Right.
And I would like to say, while I'm waiting for whomever is coming up, that it's an incredible project, the attention to detail and such. It's really looks like a nice project.
So we're on a hunt for Kurt Fernhaber. I think he's downstairs.
He said he'd be right back for this. I bet he didn't.
Can I ask a question while we're waiting?
Yep.
It may be a Kurt question as well, but it might actually be for the applicant. So the item is for 106 permanently affordable residential units, and I've gotten a couple of emails from residents who have said, oh, of course, that's not going to be 106 affordable units. There'll be less affordability than that. Can you just address the kind of the guarantee of affordability at that?
Gary Berg with the Academy. It's a complicated area. I'm not as familiar as Councilor Carr is with all of the nuances of affordable housing and prohibitions on rent restrictions and all that, but I do know that there's a problem in people coming forward and saying, we're going to do this, and then not doing it. And so that's why we came forward back in the day with Mapleton and said, this is one of the things we intend to do. Gave you a legal document saying we're going to do it, and we intend to do it. We've spent a lot of money proceeding on developing the plans, and I do think that Coburn, Bill Holicky in particular, have done a great job of, creating something that doesn't look like affordable housing and doesn't look like senior housing, and we plan to do 106 affordable units there.
Great. So that remains the plan and the intention, and that's what we should get, right?
Yes.
So, and Aaron, if I could just, because that was the second part to the question that I'd asked on the hotline, which is how do you, we're still waiting for Kurt, but how do you maintain affordability? I hear you say you're committed to it, but he's the one who can probably say how there have to be checks and balances, I would think.
Well, I'm new to this, but my understanding is there's a document that we sign as part of the approval process and committing that this is going to follow your affordable rental guidelines. As I understand it, the city sets those guidelines, sets those rents. What kind of one-bedroom rent for? What kind of two-bedroom rent for? I appreciate the confusion when you also mix into that services for seniors. For example, I did see a copy of your questions, and it related to assisted living. And I think it's confusing because congregate care, we tend to think of it as assisted living and those sorts of things, but it's a definition in the city's code as to what you need to do in order to have 3 residences count as one dwelling unit. And that's all it is. I mean, there's requirements, 65 plus years of age for at least one of the occupants, compliance with fair housing, offer.
Social services, social
Exactly.
amenities.
All those things, but it doesn't say that it's assisted living. And so I think it might be helpful for council to look at this as a community that's going to start as a community of seniors that are independent living.
And that's what I had assumed that it was to be, so I was just confused by the definition.
Yeah, congregate care, we tend to sometimes leap to, oh, it's assisted living or it's skilled nursing. It's not necessarily any of those. Our goal is to try to be able to offer those on an à la carte basis to the residents that live there so that they can age in place and not have to move just because they have a higher need or level of care. Exactly how that's going to work, I don't know. I think the key is to make sure that it is à la carte and that they are not forced, for example, to buy a meal package. If they want to dine in our dining room, great. But to compel them to do that, they might not be able to afford it. More important that they have a roof over their head.
So are there kitchens in the rooms,
Yes.
Ben? So they're not dependent on either the meal plan or going to the
Not at all.
restaurant or whatever?
So again, I would urge council to think of this as 106 permanently affordable rental residences, and forget the senior thing for a minute, but I think you can't ignore the senior issue because it is the congregate care definition that enables us to have 3 units count as one. And the concept behind that was that elders tend to have lesser impacts than, say, a family of 4 or 5 that's running off to soccer practice and those sorts of things.
Okay, we have Sam. We're still waiting for Kurt, or did
That's fine. My question is for Tom. Tom, at the 311 hearing, we were presented with a legal document from the applicant. Signing was contingent upon approval. We approved. I understood from a remark David Gear made that it wasn't that exact document that got finally signed and executed, but that one did get signed and executed. Is that correct?
We've confirmed that. There is an enforceable covenant that was signed and is still in effect.
Okay. And so this is an interesting situation. We have only a few entities in Boulder who own and operate affordable rental properties, right? Typically BHP and Thistle, and there's sometimes others. So this will be a private owner who will then be complying with the housing department's policies on affordable rental?
Yes.
Okay, so I think it's more clear maybe than it's made out to be. It's just the 65 and older will layer on top of that, correct?
Yeah, and as Mr. Berg said, the suite of services that they offer in addition to the rental.
Right, but the rental is affordable, and anything they choose to do outside of it is their choice. Okay, thank you. And then I have I just have one more question, and it doesn't involve Kurt, so I can ask it, or did you want to colloquy?
No. Well, Aaron is still waiting to get back to his.
You sure? Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get a cue going here.
So my question is about traffic. So the one potential issue that I see is the left turn off of 33rd. So will left turns be allowed off of 33rd to get into the project or no?
Chris McGranahan, I'm a traffic engineer with LSC Transportation Consultants. We did the traffic work for this project. When we originally got into this traffic study, that's the first thing we noticed is 33th Street backs up past the Peloton access, which is where we are. So we worked with staff to say, okay, what can we do here? Can we adjust the signal timings? Not really. We want to keep Arapahoe moving. We don't want to have Arapahoe backed up worse because we want 33rd to not back up. So what we did is we looked at the frontage of the site on 33rd, and the last figure in our traffic study shows a graphic of restriping 33rd in front of our project to put a short little left turn pocket northbound. So as you turn off Arapahoe and go north towards our project, there's a short little pocket we're going to create. So if someone wants to turn left into our project, which won't happen that often because it's not a high traffic use, but they're blocked by the southbound queue, they have a place to get out of the flow of traffic so northbound traffic can proceed and not be blocked. We met with staff. They thought that was a good solution considering what the options are, and so that's our plan, is to restripe 33rd to provide a left turn pocket into our site so they're not blocking northbound traffic.
Okay. That's a part of town I'm in a lot, and so I've seen traffic back all the way up to Arapahoe. So when somebody's trying to make a northbound car is trying to make a left turn into this property. And so I would just advise, if possible, that that pocket be as long as it can be to hold at least 2 cars, because 1 car on 33rd can currently, with current traffic, back traffic up to Arapahoe. So it's not as big a concern coming south, because they just have to wait a little longer to get to the property. But I would pay close attention to that northbound left turn.
Thank you.
Aaron, then Mary, then Lisa.
Well, at some point, we have to give up on Kurt, but while we're still waiting, I just wanted to applaud your parking approach. It's an innovative approach we haven't seen in town before, with the restriction of private vehicle ownership and the large number of car share cars. I think it has a lot of promise. So thanks for giving this a try, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that works out. So I do think it's a model we could use in other places.
Mary.
So I think somebody might be able to answer these without Kurt. So first of all, who's going to do the qualifying of the residents of this building?
Someone who knows what they're doing.
Okay, so this is a question for Kurt.
I think it is a question for Kurt, but my understanding is that there are people that are professional at this and that the city has trust in, and we're going to find someone to partner with.
Okay, so it's not going to be the people that are running it, it's going to be somebody else doing the
It's
qualification.
going to be someone who has expertise in affordable housing.
City housing? Well,
It might be the guy standing next to you.
yeah.
So we actually have a third-party consultant inspector that we work with to do this type of work, and it's also memorialized as a condition of approval in the disposition.
All right, and is there a waiting list that is applied to so when these become available, is there a waiting list that would say, okay, well, this housing just opened up, these people have been waiting, they get first priority?
As far as inspections go, I think they're all inspected at once as soon as the building is CO'd.
No, I'm talking about people.
Oh.
Yeah. If people are on a waiting list for affordable housing?
That would be a question for Kurt.
Okay. Darn. Okay, I think I have some other questions that Kurt doesn't have to answer. So the bicycle facilities, you're going to put in bike share and car share. And so who are those targeted toward?
Bill Holicky with Coburn. That would be a question for Kurt. I'm kidding. So, we're looking at this a little bit differently. So the prohibition on privately owned automobiles sort of changes the way the site's used from an automobile standpoint and also from a bicycle standpoint. So we're looking at resident-driven trips, and we're looking at visitor trips, and we're looking at people that are coming to the restaurant just as public use. So we're trying to accommodate each one. Another category would be employees. So if you saw the parking plan, essentially different parts of the garage are dedicated to different components of that, right? So there's the restaurant is parked at normal rates, 1 to every 3 seats. But remember, those restaurant parking spaces are also kind of visitor parking spaces, because a lot of people coming to the restaurant will be family members of folks who live here coming to have some sort of a meal with someone who lives here. So those are kind of flex restaurant and guest parking spaces. We have some employee spots, we have some dedicated guest spots, and then we have a fleet for the electric car vehicle share. So those, all the 106 people who live here share the 9 electric vehicles. So that's the car parking. I can go into more detail on that. I'm trying to be quick. Bike parking is looked at a little differently. For example, with the idea that there would be families coming to visit family members who live here, and one of the things that Gary keeps pushing is the generational aspect of the facility. It's best if you can bring all the generations together. A number of the bike parking spaces, especially out in front, are elongated to provide bike trailers. So you can pull up with a bike and a trailer and your 2 kids, in the back of the trailer or whatever. And that's something that the Transportation Department and David Thompson sort of drove. When we started looking at it, it made a lot of sense. So the bike parking is really more for, there will certainly be bike parking. There's long-term bike parking use for people who live here. But there's also a component of the bike parking that's for people who are visiting folks who live here. So there's sort of 2 or 3 different types of bike users: employees, people who live here and the trips are originating from this facility, and folks visiting this facility. They're all accommodated differently within the bike parking management plan.
Okay. And will there be a fee for using the car share cars? The fleet of 9?
There will, but it'll be way less than owning your own car.
And so the folks living here will be 60% AMI and below, correct?
That's my understanding of the way the rules work, yes.
So I'm treading Kurt's territory here, but, okay.
Is he here?
Not yet.
So simply put, Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, but the electric car shares are not an income stream. The fees for using them are really driven to just cover the cost of the cars and the maintenance and the insurance. So since that's being split 9 cars over 106 people, you can see that the cost of dealing with that car individually would be 1/10 of the cost of owning your own car. So it's substantially lower than trying to maintain your own vehicle.
And I am hopeful that not all 106 residences will be occupied by people that are still driving. I think the cost will be quite low. For example, some of the preliminary numbers we've run, assuming we do Nissan Leafs and similar cars, $100 to $150 a month. Costs us $46,000 to build 1 parking space underground. It just makes all the sense in the world to put the money toward the cars. And so we're pretty confident this can work here. I think it's time to give it a try. If you're going to try it anywhere, do it right in the middle of town where you've got busing, bless you, and you've got lots of things that you can walk to. And then we have our own transportation system within the Academy communities, which can have people going all over town anyway. And then you take the car share program, and I think it can work quite well.
And will you be monitoring the programs or the idea of not allowing any car ownership? Sounds really great at the outset, but really what says whether or not it's a great idea ultimately is the outcome. And so will there be any monitoring of that in order to determine whether or not this is working?
Do you mean, will we keep track of whether people are sneaking their own individual cars into our parking lot?
Or on the street, or, you know, if they said they don't own a car, but yet they do, it's just parked somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this is the project to try this with, because we're going to offer a really high-quality product for a very affordable price, and they have to make a sacrifice. And the sacrifice is they're giving up their own individual car. So, for example, at the Academy on University Hill, you are allowed to smoke in public areas, right? So someone can smoke on the sidewalk. We have a rule that says if you want to work for us, you cannot stand on that sidewalk and smoke. You can walk around the sidewalk if you want to. You can smoke in your own car on the street, but as a courtesy to our neighbors, you can't just stand outside our kitchen, for example, and smoke a cigarette. It's just we're too close to the homes nearby. Yeah, everybody else can park on the street. It's a public right, but they're going to forfeit that public right as a result of signing up and saying, I'm getting the benefit of having this really nice home at a very affordable price. And we've checked with our council, and they feel it's totally legal.
And Mary, just
car driving, I guess, is not a protected class.
And just very briefly, so the idea is, as they understand how it's working, how it's not working, that carpool could expand or contract as necessary, right? So as Gary says, there's 106 units. If only 20 of them are driving, maybe there only is 5 cars needed. If 80 of them are driving, maybe that 9-car fleet needs to expand. So there's an ability to have this really be a test tube. Aaron mentioned, it really hasn't been tried before. This is a captive population that really wants to be there. They're, you know, getting, as Gary says, a really nice place to live for a really reasonable cost. This is a good place to attach some strings and see what it takes to make this work.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm getting at is there's a difference between folks that voluntarily don't drive and folks that can't drive. And this is where a question for Kurt comes in, is with respect to the qualifying, is it going to be folks that can't drive for whatever reason, or is it going to be folks that are giving it up?
Well, so Gary, can you...
Voluntarily, so.
Yeah, can you address, you talked with your attorney, can you address that you're putting it in the lease?
Yeah, it's going to be people, it's going to be both, but for those that can drive, are able to drive, they are going to be voluntarily committing in the lease document that they are not going to own and store a car within, I don't know, 1,000 feet, a mile, quarter mile. We're not going to prohibit them from parking the car in the driveway of their adult son who lives 4 miles away. That, that's not necessary, but we are going to put something in there that protects, for example, the Peloton. They say, well, we're worried that people are going to come and park in our surface spots. We'll say, no, it's got to be some distance where, okay, it's just not worth it. I'm going to walk a mile to get to my car. I don't know what the distance will be, and we're glad to work with the city in terms of what they think is a reasonable number. But the concept is, yeah, they're giving up a legal right they have, which is to own a car and park it on a public street. They're giving that up for some geographic area within the Fruhauf site.
And if they get caught owning a car?
I would say they get a warning, and then maybe we get to kick them out.
Ground them.
No cookies. Are you done?
With my non-Kurt questions, yeah.
Okay, I don't think Kurt's coming back.
I don't think we need to wait for Kurt.
Kurt is home.
Wait, Lisa's up.
So I have a question, and in the definition of congregate care, it says where at least 80% of the occupied units are occupied by at least one person who is 65 years or older. So are you guys trying to do 100%? I mean, I know there's going to be some people that are younger than 65 but have a partner or whatever who's older than, but are all of these intended for seniors?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer yet. That's certainly the overarching theme for this community. But if you look at some of the more interesting experimental examples, there are places where, especially in university towns, where housing is very expensive, Boulder, but also DC, Philadelphia, where communities like ours have said, okay, we'll have students who also, I know in one case it's musicians in the music school who live there and maybe share a bedroom with, or 2-bedroom units, for example, take one of the 2 bedrooms in exchange for performances, making that intergenerational connectivity. But overall, yes, we're expecting this to be a senior.
No, I like that idea, putting people other than just seniors in there. I'm not against it, but I'm just curious. So, and then I had a question about the units, and if I understood correctly, each one is self-contained, so each one has its own bathroom and kitchen and stuff.
They all have their own washer dryer as well, right?
They're self.
Wow, each one has their own washer dryer?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they're fully self-contained units.
Okay. No, I mean, I watched the planning board the other night, and I thought it was really, your presentation was really good. I had a question about the parking, and that you had 10 for visitors and I think 70 for the cafe. So, and I think in your response to Mary, you're thinking that's going to be somewhat flexible over time?
Yeah, I mean, we're committing to some of these things within the approval because they're part of the transportation management plan. But the idea is, again, like I said, I think a lot of the visitors are actually also restaurant patrons, right? So trying to adjust that management plan over time, there's only so many parking spaces that are available. Those parking spaces in our mind are more than enough to cover the needs of the facility. So tuning them to understand who has an ability to park there easily and at what time of day is part of the management plan. Again, if we find, who knows over time, it may be that, hey, this car share thing is phenomenal and they're mostly used during the day and at night the employees should use them. I don't know, I'm making that up. Right? That would be something that we figure out in 15 years. Then maybe there needs to be a bigger car share pool and less employee parking. If we find that, you know what, these restaurant spaces are not being utilized, everybody that's coming to the restaurant from the outside is walking there, Peloton's right there, there's a lot of folks that could patronize it, be patrons of it. Maybe there's a different way to use those parking spaces. They could even flex over to bike spaces in the future. And one of the things we looked at was, okay, let's look at a future where we're really reliant on Uber or Lyft or some other automated transportation system. The inside ring of parking that's immediately adjacent to the open space can be turned into open space. The parking spaces could be removed, and we would essentially have as an expansion of the courtyard with a covered area. So now there's a way to do that, so in the rain or snow, there's a place for folks to walk that's covered. So again, transportation right now is pretty in flux, and we're trying to create flexible solutions that we can utilize over the...
No, I think it's great. I think not spending $46,000 for parking is
right.
You can do much better with your money than park cars. And then on the electric vehicle, right now you're planning on having 9 electric?
I think it's 9, yeah.
Something like that.
Yep.
But is that something that a resident would sign up for, or is it something that maybe they want it once every 6 months, or how will that work?
The specifics of the program are still being defined, because I think we have to understand how many of the residents would actually require or need that. Some of the folks won't drive or won't want to drive or won't be allowed to drive for various reasons, physical or legal. So there needs to be an understanding, do we have 50 people, do we have 80 people, do we have 30 people to want that? And then within that, does everybody kind of want it the same amount, or does somebody want it once a year, and then what is a fair share of that? So I think since, again, as Aaron noted, it's relatively new, the particulars of the program are going to have to be worked out, but essentially it's an a la carte service.
No, I think it's great, and I'll just finish by saying I think the design is great. I think how you've broken up the building mass is really nice, and I like the little, I don't know what you call it, but it's a bridge and it's your tree outside that somebody can sit up there all times of the year and enjoy the courtyard. So.
Well, it's important to note, especially in this venue, that it was a really collaborative process with Planning Board and DAB, and the building, the whole project really improved over that 18 months, including, I think, 3 or 4 meetings with the neighbors. All of that, every single meeting with any of those bodies made it better, and we're appreciative of that.
Yeah, that's usually the case, but thank you.
I'll just jump in real quick with 2 things, which is, one, this could be really cool. It sounds cool, and I think if you guys get this right, that it can become a very useful model. The converse is also true. So I that it would be something that we
Understood. And
so hopefully.
And in the absence of Kurt, just to answer some of those questions by parroting his responses at the Planning Board, remember that as a senior affordable project, this goes through the exact same requirements as a regular affordable project, but the difference is that in addition to income qualifying, and Kurt was vague about this when he explained it, there's also an asset qualifying procedure. So as seniors, it's a little bit different as a senior housing project, but it's managed in the same way as any other third-party affordable project. So you have to have a qualified third-party consultant. There's LIHTC rules that have to be complied with. So it has the same restrictions on it. So to your point of going off the rails, understood, but the affordable side of this is pretty well protected with the covenant and the deed restrictions, the City of Boulder program, and the LIHTC rules in the same way that every other affordable housing project is restricted.
Excellent. I think that will be reassuring to a lot of folks, and I guess I mostly wanted to underscore the positive, which is if you guys get this right, this could be a great model to serve a population that's growing in our town. And so anyhow, I hope you guys can make it work and make it look nice, because that always is the kicker. And then the second piece to that is the transportation. And again, there's a positive and a negative, and we've been getting emails from folks with the Peloton that are very worried. So I guess getting that right will be important. And then on the positive side, figuring out this very unbundled nature and the electric car share and the biking piece having just come from an eco-mobility conference, coming up with new models as the world is shifting and changing of how we can do transportation in a way that works with changing lifestyles and works with our climate goals and our sustainability goals. Like, there's a real need for that. So again, if you guys can make this work, this could help be a model for other things. So thank you for being creative. And yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how it turns out.
So yeah, this will be your ULI case study of the year, right? When this comes out. So affordability, transportation, fitting it into a relatively tight space, and good design. If you get all those right, then there you go. You'll be featured. And I really do think that for the first one of these, that having the lease requirement's really important. So I think that that's a really important first step, because if we can get people comfortable with this, that it's, you know, a workable model, when it's in the right place, then I think, you know, you can relax that restriction, or, you know, future projects that use this model may or may not need to keep that in there, and we'll just see as it evolves. This is, I would say one thing, you're going to be able to see this building from almost every side. You know, it's going to loom over the King Soopers, it's going to be visible from all the low-rise buildings, so you can't see it if you're at the far end of the Peloton, but almost every place else, you'll be able to see this. So I think Zan is right about, you know, good design, high-quality materials. You know, there are some recent projects that have gone in that I don't think are very well liked by the community, because the architecture hasn't been that great. But then there's been a few that have gone in where I think the architecture's been very good. So there's like a lot to pick and choose from in buildings that have come out of the ground in the last 5 years. I know you're real sensitive to this. I think for this one, you could really stand out in a really nice way, because the surroundings from the King Super side wrapping all the way around the back, it's just a lot of parking lots and very low-rise buildings. And, you know, some of the parking lots aren't even that well used. And so having this kind of lift up that area might mean that as some of the other places redevelop, they'll have something to look to. I think it's a really interesting and cool project, and I think it has come a long way. I like it a lot better than what we saw at concept plan. And my only concern is that, you know, as far as Kurt not being here, I expect your model to evolve, right? So you'll be restricted to follow the affordable housing practices, but which may not allow undergraduates in this, but maybe graduate students would be allowed, or postdocs, or, you know, a relationship with CU might be nice because your other building is up on the hill. But, you know, I guess I would say, because we can adapt, we can watch how the congregate care and the affordability work, and, you know, work to adjust those if we need to. Similarly with transportation, I think one of the big question marks here for me, and, you know, turning bays on 33rd will help, but I still wonder what that's going to look like. And so not having the resident cars on site will probably help even that concern. So anyway, good job. It's really neat. So good luck.
I think it was Mary, then Aaron.
So my concern here is who might get excluded because of this policy of no cars. I think just as important is who won't get to live here, who has a car, who would completely qualify and has to have a car for whatever reason. Perhaps they have to continue to work and their job isn't reachable via the bus, or they can't afford, you know, car shares don't work very well to get to a job, because you have to continue to pay for whatever period of time it's not there. So in tracking the outcomes of who gets to live here, I think it would be very important to also track who didn't get to live there, because that will tell you whether you're actually providing housing for the people who might be way more vulnerable to not having a place to live than people who are signing up to not having a car. So I have mixed feelings about this. I think that on the surface, the policy sounds good, but the proof is in the outcome. And I think it's important to look at who didn't get to live there and why. So And I think that should be one of the metrics.
Can I colloquy? I think you can actually track that. I think Mary's got a really interesting point, because it would be people who go through the qualification process who get to the point of signing a lease and they realize this piece comes up. And so that would want to be noted that, you know, they chose not to sign, they qualified or were part of a waiting list for a general 60% AMI home. They happen to be over 65, they qualify and they don't sign the lease. And I really do think it is the folks who are working who are the biggest exposure. So if you need to keep your tools in your car or cleaning supplies, whatever it might be, you know, if you're a painter, if you need to keep your paint in your van that you're going to take to the job with your tools. I mean, I think that's the biggest concern when you look at who might not be able to live there. And there may be people with disabilities of some kind who, you know, need a car, and maybe the car share doesn't have the needed accessibility requirements for them to be able to drive. So I just think there are ways that you could track what Mary's bringing up. I think it's a really interesting point.
I agree. I think we can track them. Couple random thoughts. One, it could well be that, as was mentioned by Bill, maybe we've got too many spaces allocated here or there, and maybe 3 of them become what I'll call hardship spaces, where you have someone who really does have a unique set of circumstances, and we say, okay, we're going to let this evolve, and we'll have 3 residents or 2 residents or 4 residents who can have a place for their car because of these unique circumstances. Secondly, I would say that even if without that, if we have 106 residences that are being occupied by elders who have financial limitations, at least we've gotten them out of the pool of the other places in town where they can have a car, and we've at least found great housing for those 106 households.
And just one other note, you know, the Academy is providing some really high-quality senior housing throughout the city, and hopefully this won't be the last senior housing they create, because we need a lot more of it. So, Mary, if they're tracking people who, and Sam, people who don't sign the lease, and they find as a provider that half the leases are not being signed because that's a deal breaker, I'm pretty sure they'll be back in front of you next time saying, hey, now we need a place for people with cars. So this is
And by then, the people will be homeless. I mean, that's my concern, is that if you exclude someone because they have to have a car, not because they have painting supplies or house cleaning supplies, but because they have to drive to a job to which they can't get to a bus, that is a minimum wage job that allows them to live. Not everybody has all of the means. So I'm just saying that we need to be careful that with this policy, we don't put somebody out on the streets.
I hear you, and I think the hardship spaces help that as a concept. The other reality is we need 2,000 of these units. So 1,900, and I'm making up numbers, but it's approximately something like that. There's an enormous number of people who are being excluded because we're not creating units fast enough. So whether we're picking the people that have cars or whether we're picking the people that don't have cars, you know, I'm shaken by the other 2,000 people that don't have a place to go. So I think we need to address this quickly. More units, period, for seniors.
Yeah, so I agree. And so to the point, I mean, consider how you might tune the car regulations in ways that can support people who have to work.
Yep.
So that we'll just leave it at that. Hardship spaces, maybe the rates you charge for the car share cars are a little different based on your situation, whatever. But it's an important issue. Thank you for raising it. But just want to say I think it's a great project. And from everything that I've heard, it's absolutely true that 100 units are desperately needed, but we need a lot more. But this is a great step in the right direction. Looks like a really well-designed project, and it's fulfilling what I would say is a desperate need in our community for senior housing and affordable senior housing. So look forward to seeing it get done.
Excellent. Can we be done with this? And
We don't want to call it
I was just going to say, does anybody want to call it up? Okay. Thank you so much. It looks, okay, great.
Oh, I do want to say one more thing. There was a lot of concern in the community when 311 Mapleton got approved that there would be some way that this would not come to fruition. And I want to say it did. And I want to say thank you for bringing that forward at the 311 hearing, and thank you for following through on it. So that part of living up to your promises is much appreciated.
Really briefly, we still have to go through tech doc and permit, so all of the comments tonight help inform that process. All of them are really good. We'll go back and look at the tape again, but we appreciate it and thank you. It all helps.
Thank you.
304 parking spaces at 311.
Lynn. And then Lynette.
Your next call-up is a vacation of a utility easement at 3800 Birchwood Drive.
Call for a vacation.
The vacation? Anybody want to rename the manhole?
Manhole 38, it sounds like a spy novel.
Anybody want to, okay, moving on?
Okay, your final item is a motion to approve the 2020 City Council meeting dates.
So moved.
I want a longer recess. Hey.
Moved and seconded.
First a vacation, now a recess.
Yep. Okay, any discussion? Do y'all like your schedule?
Go ahead, well, go
Wait,
ahead.
you don't care about their schedule, do you?
No, I was just going to comment, while I was sitting here, I counted up how many meetings there are.
And?
Well, there are 52 weeks in a year, and there are 43 meetings just on this sheet, so have fun.
Yeah, and that's if we
And
don't
that
do a
doesn't
special meeting.
include the special meetings.
You're right, this the extra meeting, right?
Tuesday.
Yeah.
So all I was going to say briefly is this is provisional, right? These dates are provisional, and the new council will probably have to look at this again.
Public hearing?
No, Sam.
What's that?
Why do we don't need a public hearing on this.
Did a motion.
We actually have to adopt our calendar,
Yeah, a motion.
even though it's going to be revisited by the new council? All right, who would like to give a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Do you have some?
Open a public hearing, close a public hearing.
Oh, for Christ's
You don't have to.
Would anyone like to speak to our schedule for next year?
It's not a public hearing.
It is, it's a motion under matters.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Sorry, Mirabai, you had something to say.
I was just curious about the November 3rd, seeing as it's most likely election. I understand it's not a council election, but we're still going to have a meeting. I just know that sometimes we haven't had meetings. That was my only question.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of a big election.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of why I was curious, so.
Oh, that won't work, y'all.
Maybe November 5th on.
Yeah, how about, can we just call, do
That's
that
next.
November 5th?
Yep.
Sorry.
No, that's,
Good catch.
that's,
A very good catch.
Very good catch.
Was this for
and you've looked for Yom Kippur and things like that?
next year?
We have.
Right? Yes? Okay. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Anything on process, y'all?
Nope.
Yeah, I have one small request. This isn't about our process, but it's about, Taylor has collected, everything from us, and we're going to see that when, the 29th? We're going to see. So I assume that we can still add on the 29th. It was just trying to get as far ahead of it as possible.
I think that's things that they're going to try to address in the memo.
Okay, 'cause
So I think that's a way of saying, yes, we can talk about what we want, but they're going to try to prepare.
I get it. That's fine. Great.
Yeah, and I guess we would say we don't necessarily need to talk about that much, because the
Yeah.
next council will
Yeah.
be making the decisions about what priorities to undertake.
Oh, it's our last meeting. We're going the
Did
distance.
it go till 2?
I just want to make sure we've put the right bookmarks in place so that, no, we won't tell the next council what to do, but just that there be, anyway, I'll review it beforehand and set that up.
There'll be 4 to 6 new people with ideas of their own.
All right.
No.
With that, we are adjourned.
All right.
Live from Paris, op Pot 24.